South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program? Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
We are live on a Wednesday, wet and rainy outside. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the Twitter X platform, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, wet and rainy. Looks like the Phils could be a washout tonight. We'll get you up to date if, in fact, the Phillies are going to call this game or not. What to do with Ranger? What to do with Ranger Suárez? You know, you could go a lot of ways with this thing. How many different scenarios are there for Ranger? He could be in your starting rotation and be a top-of-the-rotation type of pitcher. You could put him in your bullpen. He probably could get the job done there. You could use him as trade bait. You could sign him to a long-term deal. Remember, he is a free agent. The Phillies have not decided to sign him. Don't know if they're going to trade him. Haven't put him in the bullpen. He's pitching the rotation. You got Aaron Nola waiting to come back at some point. You got Andrew Painter waiting for his turn. You got Mick Abel that says, "Don't you forget about me," in the immortal words of Simple Minds. The Phillies have a plethora of starting pitching in a league that is yearning to find starting pitching. What would you guys do with Ranger Suárez? 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. What would you guys do with Ranger Suárez? You know, I don't know that there's a right answer here. I don't know that there's a right answer or a wrong answer. I think the Phillies are in a tough spot. What should the Phillies do with Ranger Suárez? It's one of those things where I could get 10 different answers and not say that any one of them are wrong, right? How do you make the decision if you're the Phillies and say, this is what we're going to do with Ranger Suárez right now? The guy has pitched outstanding. The guy has been absolutely outstanding, and yet there is no right or wrong answer at this point. What do you guys suggest the Phillies do with Ranger Suárez here? Should the Phillies use him in the bullpen? Should the Phillies keep him in the starting rotation? Should the Phillies try to trade him? Is he the best trade chip? You know, the Phillies have Andrew Painter. You're not trading him. They have Aiden Miller. They've got Justin Crawford. Mick Abel. Is Ranger Suárez their best trade chip right here? You know, it's a tough one with Ranger because this is why trading him, I think, becomes very difficult. Okay? Generally, when you are trading a starting pitcher, right? When you are trading a starting pitcher, you are trading him where? To a good team, right? A good team that needs a starting pitcher for their playoff push. So the Phillies would then have to link up with a good team and then decide what to do with Ranger Suárez in that case. And you're in the situation where, all right, I'm going to trade a good team, Ranger Suárez, and they're going to give me back a player. But do these two teams want to help each other if they're competing with each other? Then you have the whole situation of, if you're trading Ranger Suárez and he's your best trade asset, the team that's getting him is saying, well, I don't even know that I can sign this guy long term. So what are you getting in return for Ranger Suárez? I think the Phillies are in a really interesting situation here. What should the Phillies do with Ranger Suárez? 609-403-0973. And I would imagine people are going to be all over the board on what to do with him here. And I can see the text messages already coming in. What do you do with him? Do you start him? Is he in your rotation? Who leaves the rotation? All these things. He strikes out 8 last night in 6 innings. The guy was absolutely brilliant last night. The fact of the matter is this. Suárez, who plays a big role in this game, has been unbelievable since he's got back after that first start where he was a little shaky. He allowed 7 runs in that first start, and since then, he's gone at least 6 innings of shutout baseball in his last couple starts. He allowed 4 hits last night. Now, he got into a couple jams, but as he generally does, slow heartbeat, no pulse, just kind of wiggles his way out. He gets Matt Olson to strike out. And you take a look at what he has done. He has put the Phillies in a box here of what I can do with this guy. You look at Suárez, 6 innings, 8 strikeouts, 4 hits, no runs. He lowers his ERA to 2.97. The Phillies have like 4 of the top 10 ERAs in baseball. And then, by the way, Suárez leaves the game in the 6th. You still got to get through the 7th, 8th, and 9th with a 1-run lead for the most part. Kerkering, who's been outstanding in recent weeks since Alvarado got suspended 2 Sundays ago. Kerkering's been outstanding. I'll get you the numbers on that in just a second. Came across those numbers. Since Alvarado has been suspended, Kerkering has stepped up in a big way. In the month of May, he has come to the mound with 9 inherited runners and has given up 1 run since Alvarado has been suspended. So then you have Kerkering in the month of May, 8 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, 6 strikeouts, a 1.13 ERA, no runs given up since Alvarado has been suspended. So have we settled in on Kerkering? Now, Kerkering's a guy that I've liked and then been a little disappointed in, and now he's saying, you shouldn't have bailed on me. Okay, is Kerkering winning us back over? By the way, for Suárez, has a 1.03 ERA in his last 4 starts. Hello? I mean, geez, this guy's been outstanding. Then last night, this is where I thought the game was very interesting. Suárez only goes 6 innings. I say only goes 6 innings. He's 103 pitches. They take him out of the game. Now you're turning it over. Last year when the Phillies' blueprint was get to the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, you got your 3 guys. You had Hoffman, you had Estevez, you had Strom, you had Alvarado. You had those 4 guys to try to get you through 3 innings. Now you have the Kerkering, Strom, Romano. Are you back to having 3 guys? They need to find that 4th guy, but are those 3 guys sufficient enough? Where do we stand on that? Because last night, Kerkering, he gets out 14 pitches, 10 strikes. Love that ratio. Matt Strom, 1 inning, 1 strikeout, 15 pitches, 9 strikes. And then Romano. Romano comes up in a big spot there, right? They were talking about it during the broadcast. If Strom doesn't give up that hit, that you didn't have to face Acuna. Unfortunately, the hit gets on, and then Romano has to come in the 9th inning, and then his last batter there is Acuna. And what does Romano do? Gets him to fly out. So Romano, I think, I'm not 100% on this one in my mind yet. I like the Romano signing. I thought it was a nice little under-the-radar signing. I didn't know how high leverage of situations they were going to use him in. He is now their closer. He has been the closer for most of the year, but he is definitively their closer right now. He comes in, gets strikeout of Michael Harris last night. He gets a ground ball to first base. Then he gets Acuna to hit one on the line to end the game. So Romano at the 9th inning, Strom and Kerkering as your 7th and 8th inning, kind of interchangeable depending on where they are in the lineup. Do they got lefties coming up? Do they got righties coming up? But what does this mean for Ranger Suárez? That's where we start today, 609-403-0973. A lot of text messages coming in on this one. I don't have really a great answer for this one. I got to be honest with you because I'm a big Painter guy. I think Painter's going to come up and be excellent to the point where I don't know what they're going to do with him. I don't know how they're going to fit the square peg in this round hole with Andrew Painter waiting his turn. But when he comes up here, I think he will dazzle to the point where the Phillies fans are going to be buzzing for this guy to pitch every fifth day. You got Nola hanging in there. Doesn't Nola kind of feel like the old guy that's like, hey, what about me? Don't forget about me over here. I've pitched a lot of big games for you over here. Hey, don't forget about me. I'm one of the top strikeout guys that you guys have in the history of this franchise. Don't forget about me over here. And it's almost like, hey, Nola, nice to see you, man. We've moved on from you. Does Nola feel like he's the odd man out, but do we all realize they're not going to push Nola out the door? 609-403-0973.
Well, you're right. They're not going to push Nola out the door because if Nola comes back and pitches anywhere as well as we know he can pitch, he still has an incredible amount of value for this team.
He does.
So, to me, the Ranger Suárez question is very simple for right now because the Phillies have said multiple times, Rob Thompson, everybody, Dave Dombrowski, they've all said that Painter's not coming up until probably at the earliest
July-ish, yep.
So,
about 4 more starts. They have about a month.
Right.
They're saying they have about a month. Now, Bob Wankel has been on the show many times and has said he thinks that timeline might be accelerated. He could be wrong, but either way, July-ish is coming. We're flipping the calendar to June in a couple days here.
So if your theory is that Painter's coming up in July, we'll just stick with that timeline for now.
Yeah.
Well, what else happens in July? The trade deadline.
Well, late July.
But that's the trade deadline.
July
So,
31st.
when you look at Suárez, is he just here until the trade deadline, or do you view him, Mike Gill, as a valuable pitcher for the postseason?
Well, that's where I'm kind of torn. Right now, he's pitching so well in the starting rotation. How can any team in Major League Baseball watch this guy pitch over his last 3 starts and what he's done in the past? I'm not saying he's some flash in the pan that he's done this 3 starts and he's won me over. He's got a history of being a very successful starting pitcher in playoff games and in regular season games when he's healthy. And right now he's healthy and pitching well. How do you look at him and what he's done his last 3 starts if he continues to do this? Let's say he pitches the way he did in the first half of last year. And he does that for the rest of this season. And he's, at the end of the year, you're looking at a guy who's, 14-3 with an ERA of like 250. What are you supposed to do?
You don't trade him. You put him in your starting rotation and run with it.
All right. The next question. You put him in your starting rotation. Okay. Who's bounced?
Sanchez.
Now we're kicking Sanchez out.
Well, because someone's got to be kicked.
Someone's got to be kicked. Why Sanchez? What has Sanchez done to say, why are you kicking me out?
Sanchez has, of the two, Suárez and Sanchez, the less experience. And if you had to tell me, I got a NLCS game on the line. We're going to the World Series. Who are you starting, Suárez or Sanchez?
That's an interesting question because you're right. I think most people listening right now, if you said you had one big game, who you going to? Christopher Sanchez or Ranger Suárez? And I think most people listening would say, I'm going with Ranger Suárez. But if you were just saying it's game 2 or game 3, do you go with Sanchez or Suárez? And I think at that point, people might say Sanchez.
Well, people might say as a homer away. That's the
that
funny
too.
And, of course, you got the Nola factor in here.
Okay, you got the Nola factor, too. Let's throw this out there for people listening. Keep this in mind. This is the conversation we're having. Suárez is pitching like this. You can't kick him out of the rotation.
No.
You got Wheeler. He's not getting kicked out of the rotation.
That's a good joke.
Luzardo is not getting kicked out of the rotation.
Cy Young candidate, Luzardo.
I have a hard time seeing Nola getting kicked out of the rotation. Do you think the Phillies say to Aaron Nola, hey, man, we're sending you to the bullpen?
No. I think that they need him for the rest of this regular season for the innings. If he can get back to being
They
Nola,
don't need him. They've got 5 and 6 guys. They can go to Rangers.
Yeah, but he's the innings eater. You're paying him money to eat those innings.
But my point is, you could go with a rotation the rest of the season if no one got hurt of Ranger Suárez, Christopher Sanchez, Zach Wheeler, Jesus Luzardo, and Andrew Painter. And if you didn't have Painter, you could go to Abel.
In theory, yes.
Right. So Nola, you don't have to have.
But you can't trade him. He is like you were asking the question about how many roles is Suarez? Well, Nola's options are much less than Suarez. Because what makes Suarez a tradable candidate is he's in the final year of his contract.
Well, this question then comes to my mind. Is this decision the Phillies are going to have to make going to come down to money and monetary consideration and not performance?
I mean, it has to be under consideration because Ranger Suárez is not the only free agent this offseason.
I mean, think about this. You know, Wheeler's pitching game 1, Luzardo most likely pitching game 2.
Right.
I don't even know right now who would pitch game 3. And I throw this scenario out there a lot. I'll bring it up again. If Andrew Painter comes up here and has the impact that some of these young pitchers have had when they've gotten called up, I throw Paul Skeens out there and people might laugh and scoff, but Andrew Painter is right up there with Skeens in terms of what people think he might be. I'm not saying he's going to be better than Paul Skeens.
No, but you had Tim Kirchin on a couple of weeks ago, and he said that Painter is in that category.
Right, he is in that echelon where he should be a top-of-the-rotation starter, a number 1, a number 2, and there's no reason to think when he comes up here that he is going to come up here and just be a meh. So what if Painter comes up here and he dazzles? Now you have another guy into the rotation and into the mix. So how do you maximize Ranger Suárez's value? And I guess the question is, do you maximize Suárez's value is, look, he's a really good starting pitcher, but we have 5 other guys. Is he as valuable as a relief pitcher as he is as a starting pitcher? Or can he get you more in return in where you're lacking and that you just have to part with him? I don't know what the Phillies do in this situation. I really don't.
I mean, to me, the Suarez question when it comes to whether you keep him or you don't is answered with one of these 2 questions. One, do you view Ranger Suárez as a member of your postseason rotation? If the answer is yes, he's there. If the answer is I am not fully sure, then you better start having conversations about if you're going to trade him or not.
Well, how many people right now view Suárez ahead of Sanchez? Mm-hmm. How many people view Sanchez ahead of Nola?
Right.
I think everybody has Nola on the outside looking in, but I'm asking you to be logical.
Right.
How many
fair.
people think the Phillies really are going to basically knock Nola out of the rotation? I just don't see that.
Well, because the other thing with Nola is again, he has a history. He has the legacy.
Well, everybody, okay, so this isn't, again, goes back to, it's not a performance thing. We know Nola right now has been the worst of the 5.
But guess what? If he comes back and pitches like the Aaron Nola of old for the rest of this season, there's no way.
Well, I think there's even people out there that say even if he pitches it like Nola has, they've had enough of
Well,
Nola.
that's irrational.
I get that, but I'm just saying.
You told me to be rational, so I'm being rational.
I'm saying the people out there, I think, have lost faith in Nola, and then this season, whatever faith they did have in Nola, the Nola coaster ride has been so bad this year that they're not waiting for the Nola coaster to go back up. It's only been a precipitous drop down, and that's fair. He's 1-7 with a 6.16 ERA and a 151 WHIP. There's nobody out there that can justify that Nola would be one of your first 5 guys right now.
No.
But the Phillies organization certainly sees him differently than the fans do.
And again, if this ankle injury that he sustained and the stiff neck he had 2 months ago are legitimate injuries, then that could be serious contributing factors to that bloated ERA.
It could. And listen, even at his best, Aaron Nola right now, he still might be behind those guys. And that's not a knock on Nola. That's just how good these other guys. I mean, last year, Nola was solid. He was 14-8 with a 3.57 ERA, which is okay. It's good. 3.57 ERA is good. A 1.20 WHIP, which is solid. The year before, he's 12-9 with a 4.46 ERA and a 1.15 WHIP. Very good WHIP. The ERA, not great. The year before that, 11-13 with a 3.25 WHIP, which is ERA, and a 0.96 WHIP. Excellent numbers. But his win-loss, people will look at that. don't look at his win-loss. 3.25 ERA, 0.96 WHIP. He had 235 strikeouts in 205 innings. In 2022, he was excellent for them. And yet, I don't think people are looking at him and saying, oh, man, we got Nola coming back.
But the question is, you mentioned the postseason. If I gave you these two names and I told you they were in the bullpen, who are you more likely to go to in a big game, in a big moment? If you have Aaron Nola and Christopher Sanchez in your bullpen, who are you going to?
Nola's postseason is interesting. He's had some big wins.
And some big losses.
He pitched them. He shut the Cardinals out in the wild card to advance. By the way, overall in 10 games, he is 5-4 with a 4.02 ERA and a 1.17 WHIP. He has 58 strikeouts and 53 and 2/3 innings pitched in the playoffs. In 2023, he was 3-1 with a 2.35 ERA and a 0.96 WHIP. Those numbers are excellent. Last year, not good. He was 0-1 with a 7.20 ERA and a 1.40 WHIP. He did not pitch good in the game that he pitched against the Mets. Now, in 2022, when he pitched in the playoffs, he was good against the Cardinals, he was good against the Braves, and then he wasn't as good against the Padres and the Astros.
Yeah.
So, truly the Nola coaster.
And now, by the way, the Astros game is probably the game that the Philly fan holds against him the most. When I talk to Philly fans, Mike, and you bring up postseason, they always, to me, bring up that Astros game. They have not forgiven Nola for that game.
Couple text messages. Mike, I think Ranger is more the 2024 first-half pitcher than he was post-London series. Keep Ranger. He is a stud. That's from Chris in Northfield. You know what's so funny, Chris in Northfield? He's like a stud that doesn't profile as a stud.
Right.
He doesn't have stud stuff. He doesn't have this great fastball. He doesn't have the velo. He knows how to pitch.
He also doesn't have like the demeanor of a stud. You know, he's very chill and very just even keel. He's not a guy pumping his fist on the mound or giving you the evil eye.
Billy Bob in Rio Grande says, I say trade him and Casty and get an ace or a star outfielder. Well, they don't need another ace. They don't need another ace, and Castellanos isn't getting you anything in a trade.
You can argue they have 4 aces right now.
They don't need another ace, and Castellanos isn't helping you get anything in a trade. Steve checks in. So much pitching depth. Ranger will probably take his turn in the rotation 5 to 6 times a month, then go to the bullpen for high leverage during the playoffs. They really should try to exploit all the MLB pitching injuries and find a creative way to trade Taijuan Walker, perhaps attaching Abel to him for a pitching-starved team. Yeah, I mean, listen, I find it hard to believe that you can trade Taijuan Walker. He makes way too much money. He has pitched well. Give him his flowers for that. But when you are trading, you're generally trading with a bad team.
Right.
The bad team really doesn't want to take on Taijuan Walker's salary. Now, you're saying throw Mick Abel in there and then say, hey, we'll give you Abel if you take Walker. That's a lot to ask of a team. Hey, you want to pay Walker $18 million?
The only way that works is if you're taking on somebody else's contract they don't want. That's the only way that deal works. Like if there was a team out there, Mike, that had a guy with a bloated contract, and you were like, all right, look, I know this guy plays a position that we can use, right? You know, maybe the outfield, you know, to think outside the box, maybe second base, right? If there's a guy with a bloated contract, then maybe throwing Walker and Abel together for that bloated contract maybe is a conversation.
This is a hard team to find because you're looking at a bad team to take on a bad contract. You're
exactly
right. That's why the Walker thing is really tough to do.
I mean, maybe there's an American League team by the time we get to the deadline that has a plethora of hitters, but doesn't have enough pitchers. Maybe that's what you're looking for, but I mean, right now it's hard to profile that team because we're basically almost 9 weeks from the deadline.
UPS Jeff checks in. He says, package Ranger, Crawford, Abel, Walker for Mason Miller and Brett Rooker. Bullpen and right-handed bat taken care of. The problem with Rooker is the A's just signed him.
Right.
They did give him a long-term deal. Do they want to give him a long-term deal and then trade him? They have to keep in mind, they are building that new stadium in Vegas.
Right.
They've got to have some recognizable pieces. Now, if you're saying we'll give you all these players, Crawford, Abel, Is that enough for the A's to say, hey, and then Ranger, they would have to try to sign Ranger? That's the problem, too. You're trading him to a market that doesn't want to sign him to a long-term deal. They don't want to pay Taijuan Walker either.
I don't think the A's are a team that fits the profile of let's dump Walker. I think that you need to find a team that's more budget-friendly, like a team like the Rangers, somebody who has a history of spending money.
Glenn in Northfield says, regarding the Ranger situation, be patient. I would see if we could pry away Adley Rushman from the Orioles. I can't imagine they're ready to give up on him. And by the way, says Baltimore can re-sign him. Baltimore's cheap. That's their problem. They don't want to spend any money.
That's why.
So I don't think Baltimore wants to get in a situation where they would have to be the one that has to deal with Scott Boras and pay him.
That's why Baltimore is a losing team this year, because they refuse to sign guys this offseason and has come back to bite them.
Another message says send Nola to the minors. That's not going to happen.
Although I will say I would like to see
Although I
him,
guess they are saying that he might have to make some minor league rehab starts.
which I would like to see, because, Mike, did you know that Aaron Nola's splits are the best since 2020 with Garrett Stubbs?
Interesting.
So maybe Stubbs, get a start or two in the minor leagues, get him righted.
Jim's watching on the X platform. Thoughts on a six-man rotation? I don't.
Wheeler hates
it. And you can't tick Wheeler off. Wheeler just does not want to pitch every 6 days. He wants to be on his routine. So I think that's the problem there. Jim in AppSeek, appreciate you watching on the X platform.
There was a theory thrown out there that, if you bring Painter up, maybe you don't actually start him every 5 days. Then maybe you let him start every other time through the rotation.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, set to join us. We'll ask him, what would he do with Ranger Suárez? That's next. Stick around. More Sports Bash on a wet, rainy Wednesday. 2:33 Sports Bash tonight. Wheeler, AJ Smith, Sharver. If they get it in, we'll see if Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City can give us a little insight on that. He is at Citizens Bank Park for Phillies Braves Game 2 tonight, as Zach Wheeler looking for his 7th win. But, Mike, we got to look back at the game last night from Ranger Suárez. That's 3 straight starts for Ranger Suárez. Is he making this decision by the Phillies even more cloudy on what to do with this starting rotation when everybody is healthy?
Yeah, I mean, he is, because he's not going to the bullpen anytime soon with the way he has pitched, especially in a contract year, the last 3 starts. So he's giving them plenty of options, and they do appear to have a surplus of pitching. And I know the bullpen was great last night, Mike, but still I kind of think they're going to have to go out and get a big bullpen piece if they are a team that wants to win the World Series, and they clearly are that. I think one of these pitchers is going to have to go to get a big-time bullpen piece in here.
Is one of those pitchers – what do you do with Ranger Suárez? How do the Phillies play this? You got many options. You keep him in the rotation. You send him to the bullpen. You use him as trade bait. You approach him and sign him to a long-term deal. What do they do here?
Yeah, I think you keep him in the starting rotation 110%. You make him in the starting rotation. You do not pull him out of the rotation. First of all, he is in a contract year, and if you trade him, you're not going to get anything for him. So if you're trading Ranger Suárez, you're basically out of the race. So I think you're keeping Ranger Suárez in the rotation the whole way through the rest of the season, and then you're taking a look at your rotation when the playoffs start, and you're saying maybe Ranger then can shift into a bullpen role. But right now, with the way he's pitching, he's one of the best left-handed starters in baseball. You're not taking that guy and putting him in the bullpen anytime soon.
Okay, well, who goes then? You got 5 guys. You're going to have Painter coming up at some point. You got Nola looming to return. Who's the
odd man out?
Right, who's the odd man out of this rotation?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, to me, it's a problem that's going to solve itself. One of these guys is going to get hurt, but basically when Nola comes back, Taijuan Walker goes back to the bullpen, and then you see how Nola pitches and how the rest of his season sort of unfolds. I think Andrew Painter is going to, start games, and I don't know how many innings he's going to throw. But I think at that point, they might go to a bit of a 6-man rotation, space some guys out, try to keep Zach Wheeler on every 5th day, but space the other guys out. It's a nice problem to have, but one of the things, watching baseball, observing baseball for a long time is, one day, Tuesday, you can wake up and say, what do I do with all these starting pitchers? And Thursday, you can wake up and say, I don't have somebody to start Saturday. So these problems have a way of tending to work themselves out.
They generally do if there's an injury involved or someone just doesn't keep it up. I mean, you watching Ranger Suárez right now, we were talking about this before. It's funny. If you had a big game and it was between Ranger Suárez and, Christopher Sanchez, Aaron Nola, even Jesus Luzardo, I mean, he doesn't have any real postseason experience other than the game he pitched against the Phillies with the Marlins a couple of years ago. How many pitchers are you picking over Suárez in a big playoff game?
I mean, that's a great point because to me, Ranger has that playoff moxie, right? We've seen him succeed in big spots in the postseason, and we've seen him do it in a variety of roles, and the postseason is different than the regular season. So you're exactly right. I mean, this clamoring for Ranger to go to the bullpen or Ranger to do this or we're going to trade Ranger. Hey, Ranger might be your game 2 starter. So, get used to that when the postseason comes.
It could be. I mean, yes, Luzardo has pitched really, really well, but again, not a lot of postseason experience for Jesus Luzardo. And, Luzardo, we have seen like Ranger last year. He could be off to this first half start. Who knows what he turns into in the second half. But it's also hard to see that, okay, like we're all assuming Wheeler and Luzardo would be the top 2 options. And then after that, you got Sanchez, you got Suárez, you've got Nola, potentially Painter. You got 4 guys for 2 spots. It's going to be fascinating to see how this all plays off. But in your estimation, do they have to keep Ranger Suárez, or is he the trade piece that you are dangling?
I don't think you can trade him, Mike, because of his contract situation that he has. I don't think a team is going to give to him what you could get for a Mick Abel, so to speak, because Ranger would be a rental right now. So if you're talking about getting somebody big like a Mason Miller in here or somebody like that, you're not going to get that with Ranger Suárez simply because of his contract situation. I mean, again, if you're trading Ranger Suárez, that you're out of the pennant race and you're looking to get a single-A prospect for next season. So I just think his contract status, being a free agent at the end of the season, you're just not going to get what I think this bullpen needs with Ranger Suárez. And I think other guys, primarily Mick Abel, you might be able to get what you need to kind of stabilize this bullpen.
By the way, Jesus Luzardo has pitched 4 playoff games. He is 0-2 with a 6.14 ERA and a 1.64 WHIP. He pitched 3 games with Oakland in the playoffs and 1 game with Miami in 2023 against the Phillies. So his postseason numbers not very good. We do know that Suárez has been very good in the postseason. Nola has been very up and down. And then, of course, we're still waiting to see what happens with Painter. Now, he is scheduled to pitch tonight. Not sure if that game's going to go off or not. You're at Citizens Bank Park now. Are they planning on playing tonight's game?
Well, all I can say is everybody is showing up for work. And what I mean, everybody, you see the ballpark employees, the people that work, the concession stands, the ushers, the security, they are showing up and going through their daily routine to get ready for baseball games. Okay. The tarp is on the field. The clubhouse is not open till 4 o'clock. We're not getting Rob Thompson till 4:50, which is about an hour after, we usually get them, but that could be, there's obviously no on-the-field batting practice, so players can show up a little later, stuff like that. So right now, there are signs of life at Citizens Bank Park at 3 o'clock, where when the game is postponed, there's no signs of life. So there are signs of life. However, are they going to wait it out? Are they going to postpone it at 8 o'clock tonight? Who knows? But right now, it looks like people are proceeding as if a game is going to be played.
All right, there's an update from Citizens Bank Park. Let me get your thoughts on a couple things now. Where is Mike McGarry on Jordan Romano?
Well, I don't trust him, and I hate to say it. I just don't trust him because he has pitched excellently, Mike. But here's what I think. You have the outing last night, devastating. Great. The 6 or 7 outings before he threw in Oakland or Sacramento, wherever that game was, were great. But then he comes out that Friday night in Sacramento, and his velocity is down 5 or 6 miles an hour. And all I say to myself is, are you really going to trust this guy in a big playoff spot? Game 3. Or Game 7 of the National League Championship Series, Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman are coming to the plate. Are you really going to trust that situation to Jordan Romano and just sit there and hope his fastball is at 97 miles an hour that night and not 92 miles an hour? So, yeah, he's pitched great. He looked great last night. But, Mike, I don't see how you can trust him until he gets this velocity thing sort of straightened out, because you almost never know when that bullpen door opens what Romano you're going to get. And again, do you want him coming out of the bullpen against the Mets in the division series? Lindor, Soto, and Alonso are coming to the plate, and all of a sudden his 98-mile-an-hour fastball is 91, and that's not good. So, yeah, great guy, great pickup. I just don't trust him in that closing role right now for a big spot in October.
All right, how are we feeling about Kerkering?
Again, shaky. I mean, signs of improvement, right? Has pitched a lot better in May than he was in April, but still not where I thought he would be. And again, not a guy I'm trusting with late innings. And the Phillies right now aren't trusting him there either. He's been a 6th, 7th inning guy. Can you see him moving back to a higher leverage situation in the 8th or 9th inning? I've got to see more out of him. Don't feel great about him right now either.
Whew, all right. And then Matt Strom is your other guy, because those are the 3 guys last night. Those are the 3 guys last night. You had a Ranger Suárez 6. They turned it over to Kerkering for the 7th, Strom in the 8th, Romano in the 9th. You end up with a shutout.
Yeah, again, it was great for May. I know I'm on here a day after they all pitched great, and I'm expressing doubt in all of them. Maybe it's not the day to do this after what they did last night. But that recipe, Kirkering in the 7th, Strom in the 8th, Romano in the 9th, Mike, I just don't think that's good enough to get past the Dodgers in the playoffs. I don't think it's good enough to get past the Mets in the playoffs. I don't think it's good enough to get past the Chicago Cubs in the playoffs. I don't think you're advancing deep into the playoffs or winning a World Series with the bullpen as it is presently constituted. That's why I say they have to go out and, to me, get a stud in that and put him in that back end. Get a big-time closer and put him in that 9th spot, because I don't think Kirkering, Strom to Romano is good enough.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. There you go. We all think the bullpen needs some help. Those guys are pitching better, but we all agree, or I agree, I think they need more there. How do they get that? Is it Suarez? Is it Abel? Is it someone else? That remains to be seen. What do we know, if anything, on Bryce Harper? Do we anticipate him being in the lineup today?
It'll be interesting to see what the situation is there. I mean, that's one of the reasons we'll meet with Rob at 4:50. The lineup will come out right before 4 o'clock when the clubhouse opens. If I had a guess, and again, I have no reporting on this whatsoever, I would expect Bryce Harper, the x-rays were negative last night. I would expect him to get a day off or two here to give that elbow some time to heal up, basically. So I would not expect him to be in the lineup tonight. Wouldn't be surprised if he was out of the lineup tomorrow, but it'll be one of the questions that we're asking right away, and go in the clubhouse and see if Bryce is there, see how he's feeling. But I would expect him, x-rays were negative last night, but I would expect him to have a day or two off to just take the soreness out of that elbow, basically.
Do we expect to see some fireworks tonight? A little retaliation coming?
I don't know, Mike. I mean, I don't know. Difficult to say. I don't think Spencer Strider was trying to hit him on purpose. Was he trying to pitch inside? Absolutely. Did he try to hit him on purpose? I don't think so. The game has kind of changed over the years. 20, 30 years ago, 15 years ago, you might have seen it. But I don't know. In today's game, close game, is Zach Wheeler going to go out there and dust Ronald Acuna right out of to sort of settle the score? I'd love to see it be entertaining as all hell, but I don't think it's the way baseball is played today. And I don't think Strider was trying to hit Harper last night in a 1-0 or 0-0 game, whatever the score was when that happened.
By the way, Mets trailing 5-3 to the White Sox, if you were wondering, Mike McGarry. Also, are the Knicks on life support?
Yeah, they are right now. I mean, that loss in game one, that loss where they, had that lead and blew that game, and, kind of a miracle that they blew the game, a miracle that Indiana won it, that gave them no margin forever. I will say this, however, I would expect the Knicks to go back to Madison Square Garden on, I believe, Thursday night, and I would expect them to win that game. Sooner or later, they are going to win a home game against the Indiana Pacers. I think they would do it this Thursday night. Now the series is 3-2. You go back to Indiana, and in that game 6, I fully expect the Knicks to have the ball in the final 8 minutes of that game with a chance to take the lead. And at that point, the pressure is on the Indiana Pacers, because if they don't win game 6, then they've got to go back to New York for game 7. Having said that, I say the all-time Knicks thing would be to win game 5, win game 6 in Indiana, and then come back to Madison Square Garden and lose game 7 to the Pacers. I would not be surprised at anything, how that unfolded. But I do expect there to be a game 6 in Indiana on Saturday night, and I do expect the Knicks to have the ball with a chance to take a lead late in the fourth quarter of that game. Very
good. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Of course, Phillies taking on the Braves tonight. Where there's an update, check them out and find out whether or not Harper's in the lineup tonight and whether or not they're even going to play at Citizens Bank Park. Looks like they are. As he said, everybody's up there ready to go. All right, Mike, we'll check in with you on Friday's show.
All right, looking forward to it. We'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, Mike McGarry, everybody, Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, doing yeoman's work up there. Checking out the game tonight for the Phils and the Braves at Citizens Bank Park, where the Phillies looking to get the second game and win another series and knock the Braves even further out. They are currently 9 games out in National League East. And as I just mentioned, the Mets right now are playing the White Sox, who are 17-38. The White Sox are, and they are beating the Mets 5-3. That game's just in the 4th inning. So a Phillies win tonight, they would be 10.5 up on Atlanta in the month of May getting ready to flip the calendar to June. That could be a pretty insurmountable number for the Braves to at least catch up to you, and you could knock them way back in National League East play. Hey, OTAs today. Kevin Patullo, the Philadelphia Eagles' new offensive coordinator, you're going to hear from him. He met the media for the first time today and answered a lot of interesting questions about what the offense might look like. You'll hear that next hour. Plus, it is a Stump the Sports Geek Wednesday. I will tell you today's category and how you can win coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It's Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Today is a Stump the Sports Geek Wednesday. Today's category is Phillies postseasons. How do you feel?
I feel like I'm very intrigued by what these questions are because how deep are we going? How far back are we going? This will be fascinating.
Phillies postseasons will be today's category. You're going to be playing for Luke Bryan tickets for his show coming up this summer. We will give you the prompt when to start texting in. But today's category, Phillies postseason. All questions will have to do with Phillies playoff games or Phillies playoff records. All right? Kevin Patullo, you'll hear from him coming up. All right, 3 o'clock, some breaking news from the Phillies tonight. If you're going to the game, don't worry about it. The game is postponed. It will be made up tomorrow. It will be a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. So you get a 105 and a night game tomorrow night, it looks like. Yes, 6:45. So you get a 105 and a 6:45 game tomorrow. Don't know about the pitching, if they're going to change anything or do anything, but that could be interesting because now you get the day off today, which is supposed to be Wheeler. He don't like sitting on an extra day, and now you got that into the mix where you got a doubleheader tomorrow. Do they pitch and call somebody up to pitch the second game of the doubleheader and push everybody back one, yada, yada, how that all works? I don't know. We'll have to check that out. Now, we had Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City on earlier, and he was saying, hey, everybody's reported to work, everybody's up here, so I guess we're not going to hear. Now, could this be a situation where the Phillies didn't want to talk about Harper or give any updates there and just decided to kind of bag the game tonight? Maybe. But the tickets for tonight's game will be valid for the game tomorrow. It kind of stinks. I mean, if you were planning on going to the game tonight, now you have to work tomorrow.
I mean, that's kind of a stinky situation because how are you going to sell those tickets if you had to sell them?
I guess you could put them on. It says all fans who purchase tickets and parking directly from the Phillies will be admitted to the makeup game on May 29th at 105. Fans who purchase tickets on SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of Major League Baseball and the Phillies, or any other secondary market site will be admitted to the May 29th makeup game at 105. So you can't go to the night game tomorrow, or it doesn't appear that you can use that ticket for any other game. It just seems like you are going to go to the game tomorrow at 105. Otherwise, you are SOL.
Yeah, you're basically you're dead. DOA at this point.
All right, so there's the update on the Phils. They will not play tonight. They will have a day-night doubleheader tomorrow against the Braves. Zach Wheeler's scheduled to pitch game 1, I guess. Now, they could flip him to game 2.
They could.
They could have him pitch the night game, and I guess let's see. The pitching matchups for the Thursday games, they were supposed to be Christopher Sanchez against Chris Sale. I thought it was originally Wheeler versus Sale, so they must have done something there.
No, it was always Wheeler on Wednesday. Wheeler was always
Sale
Wednesday.
Supposed to be Wednesday?
I mean, when I looked at it on Monday, it was always Sale on Thursday. So, but they might have changed something at some point. But I always saw it was the guy with 2 last names today.
Smith-Shawver was supposed to pitch tonight. So
yeah,
Wheeler, Smith-Shawver tonight, Sanchez, Sale tomorrow. See, I thought originally that there was a Wheeler-Sale matchup when I looked at these pitching matchups maybe a couple days ago. But whatever. They could possibly now put Sanchez on the early game and Wheeler on the night game or whatever. I don't know. The question will be now, you have everybody pushed back a day, kind of. What happens, do you keep Walker pitching on Friday? Normally when there's a doubleheader, sometimes you get somebody called up because you can bring a guy up for the day. When you have a doubleheader like that, you get to bring up an extra guy. And generally, so could they then bring up Mick Abel to pitch tomorrow night and then push everybody back? Well, now Mick Abel is scheduled to pitch again on Friday.
So my question is, I'm just asking this. If you, Mike, you were involved in this situation where you go to Wheeler and you say, hey, Zach, so if game's postponed, we got 2 games tomorrow. Would you rather pitch day or night?
100%. He gets to pick.
And then you figure it out from there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if he says, I'd rather pitch the night game, you absolutely let him make that decision. He's the man.
Right.
Right? You definitely want your pitcher feeling as comfortable as possible. By the way, if he has an option based on the numbers, he's going to pitch tomorrow night. 2.05 ERA at night, 6-0. Opponents written 181 against him. In the day, he's 0-1 with a 350.
Sounds
in 3 games pitched. He has 14 strikeouts in 18 innings. 14 strikeouts in day games. He has 34 in night games. So, yeah, his numbers are definitely better.
So you're probably going to see Wheeler tomorrow night.
I would imagine. Actually, I take that back. He has 68 strikeouts in 52 night innings. He has 20 strikeouts in 18 day innings.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the ERA is still
The ERA is
significant.
a run and a half different.
Yeah.
And by the way, he's 6-0 at night. He's 0-1 during the day. I would imagine if he gets the option, and I would imagine the Phillies would give him the option. I certainly would. If I was managing the team,
yeah.
I would say, Zach, would you prefer to pitch game 1 or game 2? Which one would you rather pitch? And if he says game 2, guess what? Christopher Sanchez, you get to pitch the day game. Congratulations. You're in front of a handful of people.
Right.
How many people do you think are going to the game tomorrow? You think they'll get a full place?
Ooh, that's going to be tough.
It's supposed to rain tomorrow again?
Let's just a little weather report here.
I knew it was supposed to rain all day today, that today was basically a washout. I'm not sure about tomorrow, but Christopher Sanchez, just to put a little context on some things here for everybody, Christopher Sanchez splits in the day versus the night. He is a better pitcher in the day. He is 296 during the day, and at night he's 334, so it's not a big difference, but it's a little bit different. In the daytime, 31 strikeouts in 24 innings, and at night he has 34 strikeouts in 29 innings. So he's a little bit better during the day. So if the Phillies are strictly looking at the splits, Wheeler would pitch tomorrow night, Sanchez would pitch tomorrow afternoon.
So the forecast for tomorrow is warmer with a shower in spots, cloudy in the morning, then times of sun and clouds in the afternoon. Your chance of rain is 40% tomorrow.
That's in Philly or here?
Philadelphia. I still changed to Philadelphia. Same forecast for tomorrow night, 40% chance of precipitation at night as well. It says some clouds with shower in spots.
All right, well, they're going to try to play 2 tomorrow. Try to get them both in.
It looks like you have a 60% chance of getting those games in tomorrow.
All right, well, we told you on the other side of the break that we heard today from Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo. He spoke to the media for the first time today at Eagles OTAs, which we're going to talk a lot about the Eagles OTAs because there were some things happening today at the Eagles OTAs, people who did not show up, people who did show up, some battles that started, who started where, who was on the field, who wasn't on the field, all that stuff during football at Ford today. But hit me with some Kevin Patullo stuff that really he got asked a lot of different things. I mean, they were really asking him about what this offense is going to look like here.
Yeah, so first of all, it was refreshing to hear Kevin Patullo actually get to speak. I don't remember ever hearing this guy speak before, Mike, except for there was that one game where Sirianni got COVID years ago, and Kevin Patullo was like coaching the team during the week. And like the last time I remember hearing Patullo's voice in my life. So it was refreshing to actually hear the guy speak. So let's start with the beginning of the conversation, which is he was asked about, hey, are there going to be major changes to the offense? Kellen Moore's not here anymore. And here was Patullo's answer about, are they going to make some changes to the offense this year?
All right, so this is his way of saying we're not going to try to change too much here. We got a good formula going. I know he said at one point, hey, it's kind of the offense that we've been running for 4 years here. We're not going to go outside the box on that all too that much. But isn't that what you want to hear? Don't you want to hear the new guy coming in after your fourth different coordinator in 40 years, him saying, yeah, we're going to try to keep things as close to the vest as possible and as close to what we've been doing as possible. You don't want the guy to come in and saying, yeah, we're going to reinvent the wheel here after we just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, to your point, this is what Patullo said when he was asked about if they're going to change anything in the language of the playbook.
Well, I like that. I mean, here's a guy who's coming in and saying, we're not going to change the wording. We're going to keep the wording the same. That's why the Eagles elected to go with Kevin Patullo. Some people said, was there a better candidate out there, somebody with more experience? This guy's never called plays before. And there is some fear of bringing a guy in who's never called plays before. The Eagles did this a couple of years ago with Brian Johnson, and that did not go too well. And Patullo has not called plays before, but he's been around. He has the terminology. He's helped design a lot of these plays. So at least hearing him say, look, we're going to keep the same verbiage and all that stuff, good to hear.
By the way, you mentioned about his role in the offense. He was asked about that because the media asked him, hey, what did you learn from Kellen Moore last year, Mike? And I thought his answer was interesting because he gives a little insight on his role, Mike, from last year's offense and what he is taking from Kellen Moore last year.
What he had done in the past, whether it was Dallas or the Chargers, and what we had done here, and trying to bridge that as a staff was unique. That doesn't happen a ton, and it was really, really successful, obviously, but benefiting from his knowledge and being able to ask questions to him and the back and forth conversations. And during games, it was the same kind of thing, the back and forth. We had a very unique relationship. We didn't know each other prior to. And, it went quickly to where we trusted each other, and I could lean on him and he could lean on me. So, working with him last year was a huge benefit.
One of the things that he mentioned is I didn't know him and he didn't know me. That's something where they broke their comfort zone last year. I think that was a good thing because I know Patullo has this theory or the thought of that him and Sirianni know each other, and he mentioned at some point during this, we have different brains. We don't think the same way on everything. And here's an example of Patullo saying, hey, I didn't know this guy last year at all, and I thought it worked really well. So it sounds to me so far that Patullo is not somebody who wants to come in, change everything, wants to keep everything very similar, but is open to listening to ideas.
And really quick, before we get to the other part of this, which is you heard him mention there, hey, I was a part of building that offense with Kellen Moore last year. So the guy who's calling the offense this year had a direct hand in what you saw being called and executed last year.
My big question for him, and I don't know if it was asked, is, hey, you have a passing background. He's been a wide receiver coach. He's the pass game coordinator. Is he going – now, it doesn't sound like from what he's saying here. Hey,
that was not asked specifically, no. They did not ask him about his role as the passing game coordinator or his background with passing, no.
That's what I would want to know. You've been a pass game coordinator. You've been a wide receiver
coach.
Are you going to lean heavier on the pass game? And, quite frankly, do you want to see Saquon Barkley rush for 2,000 yards again? Right? I mean – do you think you need to take the foot off the gas with him a little bit?
Well, you mentioned about Sirianni. Let's get that to the audience because he was asked a couple questions about him and Nick Sirianni. And here is the part where he does admit that, him and Sirianni's brains don't function the same way, which is kind of a funny answer.
It's interesting. We go back to the Colts when him and I are together. I think there's a lot of fundamental things that we see the same way, but I do think our brains work differently. So it's a good back and forth conversational piece that we have constantly. And there's a lot of things, like I said, that he believes in that I believe in as well. And we're going to do those things. But I do think we challenge each other to grow. And he's awesome about just finding new ideas and testing the waters and saying, what if we did this? What if we tried that? And he challenges you as a coach to really continue to grow your game.
So you can tell Patullo has a lot of respect for Sirianni, and this is one of the things I think the fans don't get about Sirianni. When you are the head coach and you can empower your assistant coaches to feel that they're as important as you are to the goal, I think that is what makes the staff excel. And to me, that answer kind of gives me insight that Patullo doesn't feel that Sirianni views himself as better than you. I feel that we're on equal planes, and I want to listen to your input as much as you should listen to my input. That, to me, is what makes Sirianni something that the fans just can't connect with.
And I like that Patullo admit that, look, me and Sirianni, we're not the same guy. We don't exactly
well,
think
the whole
same
notion
way.
of because two guys coach together that they think the same way. I've coached with a lot of different people in my life. I think if you talk to those people, they would say, yeah, we don't think a lot the same in the way that we would do things here or there, or how we do this, or how we run a practice, or what we would do in this situation, or this, that, and the other thing. Just because the two guys coach together doesn't mean they're simpatico with every thought that comes out of their mind.
Which led me to this point, because a little bit later in the presser, he was asked about, hey, who has influenced you into what you're coming in this role? Like, who are your influences as you become an offensive coordinator? You know whose name is not on this list, Mike? Not Nick Sirianni. Take a listen.
Kellen was really good at what he did last year and just developing. And what's interesting is that, he had to kind of adjust on the fly, right, which was really cool to see. Shane had his very unique style, which was interesting too, and how he thought. And then obviously the biggest one for me, kind of talked about before, was just Chan Gailey and just how to do things and trust the players and set things up and go through the process of it. And then Frank Reich, obviously, in the Colts was awesome too. I mean, I've been very fortunate to be around some really, really, really good coaches.
So he names 4 guys who are his influences becoming offensive coordinator. One of them was not Sirianni. So how do you take away from that, Mike?
I took a lot from the fact that he is willing to compartmentalize something that he's taken from all these guys. And that I like to hear is that, hey, I've taken a little bit of something from this guy, a little bit of something from this guy, a little bit of something from this guy. He mentioned Chan Gailey, by the way, who, he was a blast from the past. But one of the things, Chan Gailey, was a guy who was known for running the football. Like, they in his time with Dallas, where was he after that? Buffalo.
By the way, for those who don't know, Patullo and Chan Gailey first worked together in Kansas City.
He was a head coach in those spots, but he's been a coordinator all over the place.
Also, don't forget his time at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, didn't they run like a – well, he didn't run like a –
Well, he didn't run Paul Johnson's
no.
triple option offense, but he ran a variation of that type of style of running offense, yes. But
so he took a little something from everybody. Definitely like to hear that he's – as I said, kind of compartmentalizing something from you, something from you, something from you, something from you. The one thing will be, I think the biggest question when it comes to Kevin Patullo is, we've had John McMullen on all the time. He talks about how good of a feel Shane Steichen had for play calling. What kind of feel will he have for play calling? What kind of, balance will he bring to the table?
He was asked about what his philosophy is as an offensive coordinator, Mike, and I thought he gave an answer that maybe wasn't the answer the media wanted, but I thought was an answer that maybe the fans can appreciate.
My approach, right, is put the players in the best position they can to be successful, and then that's what it comes down to. You want to make sure they're confident in everything that they can do, and you want to be confident as a coach that you put them in that position so that they can go out there and do their best.
Well, that's the answer that you generally get from a lot of these coaches, right? Hey, you got to do a better job. You got to put players in position to make plays. That was the Andy Reid answer.
The answer you get for philosophy. If someone asks you Mike, if someone came up to you and said, "Hey, Mike, as a baseball coach, what is your philosophy?" That probably is not your answer right there.
Well, baseball definitely different.
Well, true, but I meant like in general, you might say, "Hey, for example, football, if you're a coordinator, typically a coordinator's philosophy is like when Kellen Moore was introduced, one of the things he talked about was he's like, hey, I got to work with a lot of great quarterbacks. I worked with Dak Prescott and Justin Herbert, and I'm looking forward to taking what I learned from those guys to Jalen Hurts, for example, what Kellen Moore said last year.
Well, and listen, I think one thing that we take for granted a lot, we just assume that these guys do the same thing every single week. A lot of it's based on opponent and, matchups and, hey, this team doesn't do this well and we do that well and what, those type of things. How many peels of the onion will he have in this offense? And by having the influence of multiple different coordinators, hopefully he has a lot of tools in the tool shed on that answer.
Which brings us to the question he was asked about what is going to be the biggest difference for him as the Eagles offensive coordinator after working for the last few years as part of the staff, but he wasn't the play caller. This is more from Kevin Patullo.
The biggest thing, obviously, is the one voice in the offensive room. I still had a big voice prior to, but it's really not a ton different. A lot of the staff is together, and we have a great staff, right? We have the best O-line coach in the NFL. We have the best tight end coach, the best receiver coach, best running back coach. And then we added a couple new coaches, and I worked with Parks Frazier at the Colts, and he's expanded his game. So it's really not that much different, and like I said, those guys are so good at what they do. It's great for me, and as a whole staff, we really, really do well together.
I have a hard time thinking they have the best coach at every single position in the league,
You're the
but
best. You're the best.
I definitely value the fact that he sees his staff in such high regards. That being said, he's in a good position here. He's in a good position to succeed. I think he's in a better position to succeed, although is there similarities between where he is now and where Brian Johnson was a couple of years ago? Brian Johnson was the guy who was the comfortable hire with no experience. Is this the comfortable hire with no experience?
To me, there's two major differences. One is Brian Johnson in part got the job because there was a presumption of a connection with him and Jalen Hurts that we found out later didn't really exist. Number two, Brian Johnson, the majority of his coaching experience before he got to the Eagles was in college. The Eagles was the only NFL coaching experience Brian Johnson ever had, whereas with Patullo, he's been around NFL coaches since basically the mid-2000s. So you have one guy in Patullo who you heard him name all the guys he's worked with, but he's also worked with others as well, like guys like Todd Haley and Herm Edwards, whereas Brian Johnson, most of his experience was collegiate.
True. Absolutely true on that one. Patullo has been in the NFL working on NFL staffs with Sirianni. There's a lot of continuity there.
I wanted to give you, Mike, the big story he tells. Now, I shortened it for our audience, but so he goes into detail about why Chan Gailey is his mentor and what he learned from.
I'm interested in this one. Why Chan Gailey?
Yeah, why is Chan Gailey Kevin Patullo's mentor? Here is Patullo on what happened with him and Gailey, Kansas City.
My biggest influence was Chan Gailey. I was with Chan, a couple different places. Started in Kansas City when I was with Herm Edwards. I was a young coach then. In 2008 we lost a couple quarterbacks. We ended up having Tyler Thigpen come in. And I will never forget, we get into a staff room, and the walls are all white. There's nothing out there. He goes, all right, we got to figure out a new offense for this week. And he was willing to do anything and try anything to be successful. We ended up developing this no-huddle system. We were in the pistol, and in 2008, nobody knew what the pistol was in the NFL. Him being able to show, look, we do what we have to do to win. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to look a certain way was huge.
Innovative, right? Number one, he was in the staff with Herm Edwards. I think that's where him and Sirianni must have met because Sirianni was on that Chiefs staff back then as well.
Yeah, Sirianni was hired a few years later, yes.
Yeah, so all of the stuff that he's saying in terms of all I'm hearing in kind of for me is I'm taking stuff from different people and incorporating things. Now, also that's interesting about that is he's also saying I'm not going to change the reinvent the wheel here. We're going to do what we've done. We're going to keep the same verbiage. We'll do what we do well. I'll take a little bit from here. I'll do a little bit from there. I mean, so far you're like, okay, I like what this guy's selling me.
See, the big part for me, what he said there, he says, it doesn't matter if it looks pretty. You just got to do what works. And I think that's the biggest encouragement.
Isn't that what this team has been, though? The offense
when they've been successful, yes.
Yeah, the offense has been described as clunky at times. Last year after the Steeler game, I think it was, where everybody was complaining about the pass game. They have done it unconventionally their way. That has been something that they have been unabashed about. Hey, tush push, looks ugly, don't care. We'll run the ball 35 times and throw it 20, don't care. Today's NFL, aesthetically be damned.
Right, and I like the fact that he said that because he's basically saying that, look, I'm not trying to come in here and paint a Picasso painting for you. He's like, I'm here to call plays and have us run plays that work. And you know what? That's what got the Eagles to the postseason 2021. It got them to a Super Bowl in 2022 and 2024. The year they tried to be aesthetic, Mike, was 2023, and it didn't go so well.
All right, Sports Bash Live. Good stuff. Kevin Patullo, appreciate hearing what he had to say. We'll maybe play some more of that a little bit later on. I want to hear what he says about Goddard. Goddard spoke today, by the way, as well, about how he felt about this offseason, hearing his name potentially not coming back. But when we come back, it's today's Stump the Sports Geek. All right, this week you're playing for Luke Bryan tickets. Here's the category. It is Phillies postseason. All the questions will relate to Phillies playoff games, Phillies playoff records, Phillies playoffs. That's the category. Text in your name, where you're from, and how many questions out of 10 that we think Josh will get right today. 609-403-0973. Now, do you promise to get more than you did on lead singers?
I mean, if I don't, I'm not really a sports geek, am I?
Phillies postseason.
I mean, I only got two right with the lead singers.
Yeah, that was terrible.
So I better get more than two.
609-403-0973. Text your name, where you're from, how many questions you think Josh will get right. The category today is Phillies postseason. The person who gets the guess right on the nose, the first person who texted in with that number, they will win the tickets. If nobody gets the right answer, we will go to the closest answer. Now, if the closest answer is only above the number, that will be the closest. If it's below the number, that will be the right
Price
answer.
is Right rules.
Correct. Without going over unless nobody went under. So in other words, if Josh gets 3, no one guesses 3, someone says 2 and someone says 4, 2 will be our winner. Got it?
I feel a little influence of Todd Rank in these rules here.
There you go. Stump the Sports Geek. Today's topic, Phillies postseason. Text in how many you think Josh will get right out of 10. Your name, where you're from, and how many you think he will get right. You're playing for Luke Bryan tickets. Our Stump the Sports Geek Wednesday next. All right, 3:33. It's a Stump the Sports Geek Wednesday. Today's category is Phillies postseason questions. All these questions will pertain to the Phillies in the playoffs. By the way, the Phillies have announced that Christopher Sanchez will start Game 1 and Zach Wheeler will start in Game 2 tomorrow night.
You called it.
I might have been onto something there, Josh.
Well, something.
Here you go. Topic today, Phillies postseason. Stump the Sports Geek. 10 questions. How many will Josh answer correctly? Text in 609-403-0973 with your name, where you're from, and how many you think he will answer correctly. 10 questions on the Phillies postseason. Josh, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right. So here we go. It's today's Stump the Sports Geek for this Wednesday, May 28th. You're playing for Luke Bryan tickets. Playing in Camden.
There you go.
Congratulations or good luck to the people out there who have got their guesses in. Here we go.
Sounds like a good time for whoever gets to go.
Question 1. Who was the World Series MVP of the 2008 World Series?
Cole Hamels.
That is correct.
Off to a good start.
That is a good start. All right.
Don't sound so disappointed.
Better than last time. Question 2. Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber each have 12 postseason home runs. Whose record did they break in last year's postseason?
Is this career postseason home runs?
Phillies.
Phillies career.
Yes.
See, this is where I got to think for a second because I have two answers off the top of my head. So it's a question of who do I think of the two names in my mind played more games, right? So it's the idea of, today they play more games in the postseason than back in the day. I'm going to say they broke Ryan Howard's record.
That is incorrect. The correct answer is Jason Worth had 11.
I would have never guessed Jason Worth. My other guess was Mike Schmidt, actually. So I would have been wrong on both ends.
Question 3. Jimmy Rollins hit a line drive double into the right center field gap, easily scoring this pinch runner to give the Phillies a 5-4 walk-off win in the 2009 NLCS Game 4 against the Dodgers.
Pinch runner.
He was pinch running, very famously, scored on that Jimmy Rollins walk-off double.
Was this Eric Bruntlett?
That is correct. Wow. That was a tough one. He pumped his fist, everybody. Very excited.
Very excited.
Question 4. Which Royals player did Tug McGraw strike out to win the 1980 World Series?
Oh, jeez. See, I can see the play in my mind's eye, but I don't remember who it was, so I got to think. Was it Willie Wilson?
That is correct. Wow. Good pull.
Oh, it was either him or Hal McRae were the two that came to my mind. Because I knew it was a guy who was right-handed. George Brett's left-handed, so it couldn't be George Brett.
All right. Good job on that one. That one was correct. You have 3 correct.
C. Trace, correct.
Category is Phillies postseason. Question 5. Matt Stairs hit his first career home run on October 13, 2008, Game 4 of the 2008 National League Championship Series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Who was pitching for the Dodgers?
Oh, good grief. Who was pitching for the Dodgers?
People yelling at the radio right now, the answer.
I know people are yelling at the radio, but I'm probably not going to get it right. Because it was a right-handed pitcher. I remember that much. And it was a bullpen guy. Was it Kenley Jansen?
That is incorrect. Jonathan Broxton.
Broxton.
Into the night. Matthew Stairs. That is 2 incorrect, 3 correct. Here we go. Question 6. Which hitter did Brad Lidge strike out to end the 2008 World Series to go 7 for 7 in postseason saves?
See, I got the Harry Callis call in my mind, but I'm having trouble remembering who the hitter was. I can
Struck
see
him out. The Phillies are world champions of baseball.
And I remember the video where Chris Wheeler's like pumping his fist, trying to stay quiet while Harry's making the call.
Yes.
Okay, so I am going to guess, was it Carlos Pena?
That is incorrect.
Was a left-handed hitter, right?
Correct answer is Eric Hinsky.
Hinsky. So it was a lefty, it was just the wrong lefty.
Here we go. Question 7.
I love the person who texted in with the answer to the Braves pitcher.
I got to imagine there's many of these that people they know the answer and they're yelling. They say, I know more than the sports geek.
Now, how many people do you think remembered it was Eric Hinsky?
I mean, I knew that, but I don't know. It's probably a 60-40.
Gotcha.
The Phillies won Game 1 of the 2022 World Series against the Astros. Which pitcher recorded the save in that game?
Jose Alvarado.
That is incorrect. David Robertson.
Good grief. Poor David Robertson might be coming back.
Or Alvarado. Question 8. This Phillies pitcher has the most career Phillies playoff wins with 7.
Oh, boy. I mean, the only guy I'm assuming. Well, no, I might not be able to assume that because I might not be. Good grief. All right, so I got 2 names in mind. All right, so am I allowed to know how many wins?
I told you 7.
Oh, okay, so 7 wins.
I gave you that.
Okay. 7 playoff wins. I'm going to go with Cole Hamels.
Cole Hamels is correct.
I was going to guess either him or Steve Carlton. But you said 7, so it made me think it might be Cole Hamels. Give more shots at it.
Question 9. Which Phillies player has the most career stolen bases in the playoffs?
In the playoffs is a very specific delineation.
Well, these are all Phillies postseason questions, so that's pretty specific to the category. If I said regular season, that would be outside the lines of postseason play.
Well, you could have framed it like, this guy had the most stolen bases in the regular season franchise history, but he didn't have something. You could have made an interesting question out of it. You could have made it complicated for me and confused me. I'm going to go with Jimmy Rollins.
Jimmy Rollins is correct. He has 11 stolen bases. That is the most in Phillies postseason history.
Interesting.
Final question. You currently have 5. If you get this right, 6 will be our winner. And if you get this wrong, 5 will be our winner.
There's a bunch of people right now who are praying I'm wrong.
The Phillies have played this team 22 times in postseason games, more than any other postseason opponent.
22 is a lot. Okay. So who would the Phillies have played a bunch of times in the playoffs? This is all time, right? Like, this is like,
They have played this team in 22 postseason games, more than any other opponent.
I'm going to go with the Dodgers.
The Dodgers is correct.
Because I was thinking back to I believe they have played the Dodgers, many times in over the years. I think the Whiz Kids beat the Dodgers and win the World Series too.
Played the Dodgers in 08 and again in 09. And they haven't played the Dodgers recently, though.
Not recently, no.
In this incarnation of the Phillies.
6.
6 is the correct number today for Stump the Sports Geek. If you answered the number 6, you are in play. If you were the first person to answer the number 6, we will notify you that you won tickets to the Luke Bryant concert, which is coming up. I don't know when that is. When is that concert? Do you know?
I'll go ask our promotions lady, Jen.
Can you just look it up?
I could, actually.
That would be an easy, quick one there, right? Luke Bryan is playing in the area here. I think it's on, I want to say, my guess was, I don't even want to give my guess. There it is.
June 6th.
That's what it was. My guess was June the 6th. That was my guess. The Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, June the 6th. Congratulations to our winner. We will notify that person here very shortly. We'll find out who had 6. If nobody guessed 6 and you guessed 5 and you were the first person to text in the number 5, you will be contacted. And if no one guessed 5 and you guessed 7, well, then you are the winner.
I can confirm.
Good round of how were those questions today?
I thought they were good. I thought they were a great balance of difficult and straightforward. I'm sure there are some people who are saying, how on earth did you not get Broxton? I totally get that.
How about Hinsky?
You know, I think less people knew Hinsky. I think most people knew the guy was left-handed. I don't think everyone might have remembered it was Hinsky. Like, for example, I remembered Tug McGraw struck out a right-hander in that video. So I had to remember, well, who was right-handed for the Royals? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, some of this stuff is process of elimination.
Gotcha. All right, well, there you go. Stump the Sports Geek will be back on Wednesday next week. Thanks to everybody who played in and texted in and was a part of it today. By the way, Phillies game against the Braves has been postponed. It will be made up tomorrow as part of a day-night doubleheader, the split day-night doubleheader with Christopher Sanchez now pitching the day game and Zach Wheeler now pitching the night game. All right, when we come back, Eagles OTAs, we'll have an update. Jeff Mosher, football at 4, 15 minutes from now. Don't go away. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, subscribe, like. Who's our winner there, Josh?
Well, there were 4 people who guessed 6.
Yep.
But the first one was Rick and Mays Landing.
Rick and Mays Landing, congratulations. You're going to see Rick. You're going to see Luke Bryan at Freedom Mortgage up in Camden. So appreciate you listening. Good job getting the 6. Josh got you 6, so take him with you. You a Luke Bryan fan?
I mean, I know some of his
Do you know
songs.
the lead singer of Luke Bryan?
It's Luke Bryan.
There you go.
Who's the lead singer of the Dave Matthews Band?
That's what somebody texted in. Does Josh know who the lead singer of the Dave Matthews Band is?
That was a good one.
Yeah. So Rick and Mays Landing, congratulations. You've got yourself a pair of tickets to Luke Bryan. And everybody who texted in, we'll do it again next week. I like this one. Dude, my Gill's Harry Callis impersonation is spot on.
That was strong.
Did you hear it?
I did. I was sitting right here.
Normally you give me a grade on that.
Well, I was focused on the answer. I was singularly focused on trying to remember who the left-handed hitter was for the Tampa Bay Rays, but I got it wrong anyway. So
I don't think I could do it again because now I'm on the spot. Before I just brought it out.
right, you did it, just naturally. It came out of you.
That's right.
Came flowing.
Coming up, football at 4 today. OTAs. Going to get Jeff Mosher's take on some of the setup today. All right. So who was where? Who was doing what? Who wasn't there? Were the who wasn't there? Was there any takeaway from no Bryce Huff today?
Yeah, he was really the only guy who is like MIA. Everyone else, even if they were injured, they were at least, hanging around.
Well, you had no Landon Dickerson, no Lane Johnson, no Bryce Huff. I saw the list of everybody who was not there.
Well, there was a list of guys who didn't practice, but there were guys who were also there.
Well, the guys who were that there were a couple guys that were injured that were there.
Right, like for example, Jahad Campbell and Nakobe Dean were there. They just didn't practice.
Yeah. So Jeremiah Trotter Jr. first team reps today on defense in place of Nakobe Dean. You had the let's see who else is out there. Yeah, no Nakobe Dean and no Jahad Campbell. No practice today because they are both hurt, but they were there today.
Right.
So that's good to see them get out there. I did see a list of who was not there today. I did see it was Dickerson, Lane Johnson. Trying to remember who else. Definitely Bryce Huff. Bryce Huff was the one because you're thinking, okay, you're battling for a job. Your first impression would be, hey, I want to come and battle for this job.
Right.
Right? And he was not out there today. So kind of a – now, did the Eagles say to him, hey, we're trying to do something with you. Don't worry about showing up today.
I mean, it does happen sometimes. Sometimes we always forget, with these guys, sometimes there's excused absences. I don't expect anyone getting sconces this time, but,
Yeah. No sconces. Who was that? The guy from Kerry Williams.
That's correct. That was ridiculous. My wife and I were getting sconces. That's why I wasn't in practice. Like, what?
Mosher has football at 4 today. We'll get his take on Kevin Patullo met the media for the first time today. Also, we'll hear from Mosher on some of the battles that start today. Today's the beginning of the OTs. We're, by the way, 100 days, 99 days, I should say, 99 days to the start of the kickoff of the season, the Eagles and the Cowboys. And how could a new rule that the NFL is trying to put in affect the Eagles and the way they do contracts? We'll get Jeff Mosher's take on that coming up next. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here today. We'll take a look at Eagles OTAs. Kevin Patullo also is the NFL coming after the Eagles again. A possible new rule with the way the Eagles do contracts is being looked at, and we'll discuss it all right now with Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, who joins us for a Wednesday edition of Football at 4 right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Moshe, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Mike, what's going on, man? How are you? Happy beginning of OTAs week to you?
Yes, in fact, we are 99 days until the kickoff of the season between the Eagles and the Cowboys, and really the first time that reporters got to see the Eagles. They were out yesterday. Kevin Patullo spoke today. You know, one of my takeaways from Kevin Patullo, I want to see what you thought as well, was sounds like he doesn't want to reinvent the wheel here. Hey, we've got terminology. We've got something that we've done here for 4 years. It works. We don't really want to change things, but he did acknowledge, hey, I've taken stuff from Frank Reich and Chan Galley, which was a blast from the past, right? And Kellen Moore. And, you know, it sounds like I'm taking a little bit from everybody, adding it to what we've done, but we're not really changing much here. It should look a lot the same.
Yeah, and nearly every offensive coordinator and even defensive coordinator that I've come across has always had, you know, multiple influences dating back to their first days in football to their more recent days in football. And you're right, the takeaway was that they're not looking to reinvent the wheel. I think that was a good way that you termed it. But it's funny because at the same time, Mike, you know, a lot of the guys last week who were available for the availability, A.J. Brown, Jordan Mailata, Jalen Hurts, they discussed the concept of making sure that you evolve, you know, and Jalen Hurts used the word new iteration of the offense. And if you remember in 2023, Mike, after the 2022 Super Bowl, when things didn't go so well, and especially when it didn't go well offensively, at the end of the year, Nick Sirianni said, well, we got stale. You know, our concepts needed to be more fresh, and therefore we brought in an outside guy in Kellen Moore. And so that's where I'm not – listen, we're really early. We'll have these discussions later when they're more pertinent. But could you potentially see maybe a struggle for this team, whereas they're trying to not reinvent the wheel, they're trying to do the things that they did best from last year, but because the league sort of catches on to these things or focuses more on stopping the run and makes them more of a passing team, does that in turn impact how they are offensively? Are they able to open it up? Are they able to do things that are fresher and considered more different concepts when in reality they're also trying to carry over what they did well last year? That is for discussions later down the road.
Yeah, it sounds like he wants to keep the continuity in the offensive philosophy. The one question I would have that I don't think was asked today was, hey, you are a pass game coordinator. You are now the offensive coordinator. Will we see a little bit more in the passing game based on your background as more of a passing game guy? He's a wide receiver coach in the past. And how might that influence the Eagles' strategy, in the offense this season?
Yeah, and I think even though that wasn't directly asked, I think you sort of got enough of Patullo sort of explaining that what they do offensively is really good. You heard him. He wound up mentioning every single position coach they had, but he really started off by saying we've got the best offensive line coach in the world. And for that reason, he talked about the running game and how effective they can be because of that. So I don't think they want to deviate from who they are. Do they want to be fresh? Do they want to be modern? Sure. But that's also been attempted before in the past to try to open it up and be more of a passing team. And it hasn't worked, to be completely honest, for the Eagles at times. They're better when they are running the ball, running it heavy and more balanced.
Do we think, based on what we heard today, and I don't know that you read anything differently than me, but that he will assume full play calling duties, or will this be somewhat of a collaborative approach with Nick Sirianni? I ask this because Brian Johnson was kind of the safe hire the last time they went to a Super Bowl. He didn't have play calling experience. That didn't go well. Was this a safe kind of hire to a guy who has no play calling experience? And do we think that Sirianni makes this type of hire so that he can have a collaborative approach, or is that not what Sirianni wants anymore?
I I imagine that Patullo will be the play caller, Mike, and I don't know that his hiring was for Nick Sirianni to sort of be able to backdoor exert his own influence on the offense. There were things that they did last year that were still from what you want to call the Sirianni or the Steichen offense as well. And Nick is going to be the head coach and make the big decisions. This will be Kevin's play calling offense, but you've got a guy like Jeff Stoutland who's the run game coordinator. So when he's calling a run, right, it's going to be a play that's designed by Jeff Stoutland for the most part. So it's collaborative by nature nonetheless, and probably even more so than teams that don't have the quote-unquote run game coordinator and pass game coordinator.
Jeff Mosher, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. I wonder, how does he – we don't know this yet, but how will he balance the existing offensive scheme that he said, hey, we're going to keep – we've done the same thing for the last 4 years with some new concepts because they don't really have a lot of new weapons. So I'm wondering what new could Patullo potentially add to make the offense more dynamic and more unpredictable, because that was one of the things they talked about in 2023 was that, hey, it seemed like a lot of people started to catch on to what we were doing.
Yeah, that's why I brought that up, because that was a team that I feel like the Eagles, when you talk to them now, they're not saying it, but it's almost like a lesson learned from 2023 that you can't just do what you did the year before and just say, hey, I've got a lot of firepower, so this should work, because they had a lot of firepower in 2023 also. They didn't have Saquon, but they sure had more upper-end offensive talent when you consider the line and the skill position players than most teams. And so that's why I think it's going to be an interesting balance for them to be able to strike. I think if you look at the 2017 team, the team that won the first Super Bowl, what they did really well, Mike, talked to John T. Filippo about this, and Frank Reich has spoken about it, and Doug Peterson, is being able to run different plays from the same formations, right? So you're putting a formation out there, 11 personnel, 2x2, or it's 1x3, and it might look like the play you ran 2 plays prior because of that alignment, but the routes are different. The defensive look might be different that you're running it against. So there are ways to be creative and freshen your concepts without reinventing the wheel or changing who you are. And that's where I think this team is going to have to do that. I mean, when you think of the Eagles offense, even last year, the passing offense, it wasn't stale, but it also wasn't, I don't think, particularly cunning. Not that it had to be. I mean, if you saw A.J. Brown split wide to the left of Jalen Hurts, he was probably going to be running a slant or a dig, especially if it's a 1x3, you knew he was going to run some shorter backside route, or he was just going to run a fly down the field. So,
and that's where you wonder if Patullo plans to leverage the talents of guys like Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, maybe more than than Kellen Moore did.
Yeah, or maybe there's some development you can get, Mike, and I know we talk about it every year, in the passing game to the running backs, which you saw at times last year, certainly on the opener with Green Bay, with Barkley catching the wheel route, right? Maybe there's ways to develop more Jahan Dotson or Anaya Smith or Johnny Wilson or somebody else so that you're able to throw them on the field and give a look that you haven't because you've developed this guy, and now the defense hasn't been watching 3 to 5 weeks worth of film on every single route that guy has ran.
Jeff, one of the things, too, is Jalen Hurts now entering, his 4th season as the main guy here. I'd like to get from you, I know this Patullo has been a wide receiver coach. In what ways can they further develop what Hurts' skills are and what he brings to this offense?
Just familiarity, I don't know if they can develop it more than Hurts can himself develop. He can probably see things faster. He can go back and watch the tape and say, there were a decent amount of times during the middle of the season where Kellen Moore called a specific play to get a guy open, say, between the numbers or here, and I didn't pull the trigger there. I need to do that now. Or he could say, I just won the Super Bowl without doing it, so I don't. So that's his decision, and that's obviously something for him and the coaches to be able to work out.
By the way, this is Jalen Hurts is now entering his 5th year as the quarterback, not his 4th year here in Philadelphia. Unbelievable that he's been here 5 years already. couple things. Let's start with no Huff today. Does that mean anything to you?
I think the you could easily look at that and say, oh, he's not happy. He knows he has no role. He's not showing up. It's voluntary, so he can get away with it. And maybe that's the case. It very quite possibly could be a statement on his part. It could also be the front office has said, hey, look, we're trying to make something happen here with you, as difficult as that's going to be, and we don't need you getting hurt or, pulling a hammy in a meaningless voluntary practice while we're trying to do something. So don't come here. That's been done before, and it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not saying I know that to be true, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if that was also the agreement from the front office, that it's not a big deal.
Yep, I know that was one of the key guys. I know Landon Dickerson wasn't there, Lane Johnson wasn't there, a couple other guys weren't there. But, Huff is a guy who signed a deal, didn't perform, you would think would say, hey, I'm here to win this job. And then first day there, not there. And I would imagine if Bryce Huff doesn't re-win that job, you put Jalix Hunt back at the top of the edge rusher list there?
I'm not even having that thought right now. To me, Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt, if both are healthy, are your starting edges. You're looking at Azeez Ojulari to carve some kind of role there. Maybe Josh Uche if he can make the team as well. I don't think Vic Fangio is looking at Bryce Huff and saying, we got to get to this guy by this year. That's my mission. I think he's looking at Jalix Hunt saying, I got a really nice young D-end who does what I want him to do and help win me a Super Bowl. So that I don't even think these two I think they're mutually exclusive at this point.
One of the other questions that I have looking at what's going on here is Sidney Brown. We have been wondering if they're going to bring in some veteran player. Justin Simmons' name has been up a lot. Sidney Brown versus Andrew Makuba, and that kind of starts now, right? These are two guys that really need to start making impressions starting today.
Absolutely. And really Sidney Brown, like you're mentioning, is sort of in that, I'm not putting him in Bryce Huff category, but obviously Vic Fangio is pretty happy about having Drew Makuba here, and Reed Blankenship, who interestingly was not at OTAs today, he's a cemented starter, and so Sidney's got to prove to Vic Fangio that he deserves either a starting job or more time, maybe some big nickel if they want to play that, but he's got, yes, the onus is on Sidney Brown to show that in year 3 he's dependable, reliable, and can play in this defensive scheme.
All right, Moshe, let's look at some other things that happened today. Cooper DeJean said he's been playing both outside, inside. Mm-hmm. Everybody just wonders, it's Quinyon Mitchell, and then is it going to be Ringo and Adoree Jackson? Is it going to be Cooper DeJean opposite Mitchell and then sliding him inside in certain packages? Will he be the outside corner in place of Darius Slay?
He's going to be the nickel because 75% of the time the Eagles are going to be in nickel. I know the most important downs they'll be in nickel and he'll be inside. The question is, if a team comes out with 2 tight ends, right, and the Eagles have to respond in base defense, do they put Cooper DeJean out there, or do they put the guy that, whether it's Keelan Ringo or Adoree Jackson, where do they go? And remember, last year, Quinyon Mitchell was playing nickelback and into the first 2 weeks of camp. So you really can't make much of what you see in an OTA. But yes, Cooper played a couple of snaps outside when the offense when the defense was in a base look. But you also saw plenty of Adoree Jackson and plenty of Keelan Ringo on the outside too. So we're a long way to sort of getting an answer long-term of what they would do in that situation.
Yeah, I know early stuff today, but mostly, the skill players have more to kind of stand out in this type of atmosphere than the offensive linemen, defensive linemen generally, because you can show athleticism, speed, all that kind of stuff in this setting more so than an offensive lineman trying to block or, a defensive lineman trying to, show what he can do in terms of, strength and power in this setting. But that is where the Tyler Steen, Kenyon Green probably will not really do much here in these OTAs. But I would imagine that the Steen seemed to be working with the first team today, that do we think the Eagles want Steen to be the guy there once they get out of this and enter training camp?
I mean, yes. I mean, I think the Eagles always want a guy that they drafted who has multiple controllable years left to win, because, you know, that aids them in the financial game, in the salary cap game, and being able. I mean, it doesn't really matter in this situation because Kenyon Green's going to be on the roster anyway. He has to be. His salary is guaranteed. But when you look at the long term, you know, if Kenyon Green winds up being a starter and plays really well, just like Becton, he's going to price himself out. Whereas if Steen becomes a starter, plays really well, that's a guy that you can get extended if you want to next offseason, or still wait it out. And, you know, again, if you're doing that next offseason, it becomes, in most cases, you know, team friendly. It gives you a lot of options. A guy doesn't normally price himself out like that because he's not going to be a free agent like Green would be. So, yeah, so you root for just any of those guys being great, and that helps you. Like, Beckham was really good enough to help them win a Super Bowl, but, you know, what you would want in that case is, yes, the younger, more controllable guy.
All right. A lot of good stuff from OTAs today. Kevin Patullo spoke. We played you some cuts from that earlier. I guess the last thing I want to get your thoughts on is, you know, the notion from Dallas Goedert today that, you know, he thought his time was coming to an end here. They spoke about, you know, getting him back. And can he have a bigger role in your mind in this offense?
Yeah, I actually think he can. I mean, he always seems to have a huge role in the playoffs. I mean, first of all, having a bigger role for him is making sure he plays the many games as he can. He's obviously, last year was, he was out for 4 weeks twice last year, so that was rough. But I do think he can have a bigger role in the offense in general, and that just depends on, you know, where they use him, how they use him, and if Jalen Hurts becomes a better thrower, say, between the numbers, which is where Dallas Goedert, you know, does most of his work anyway. But even if he doesn't, I mean, he's still really good at what he does and gets the ball enough to make an impact in any single game.
Lastly, Moshe, you know, there's some possible rule changes coming about the voidable years and the way that the salary cap is set up. That is being discussed, and you wonder how that would affect a team like Philadelphia, as you know, they are very good at circumventing the salary cap with those voidable years, and it seems that the league is targeting right at that rule.
It does. I mean, so what you're referring to is preliminary discussions here, or early discussions that took place at the owners' meetings that are really geared toward where they're at from a CBA standpoint with the players, and that's not up for another 5 years, I believe. So we're a long way away, but obviously if owners are sort of expressing some kind of concern, I think as Roger Goodell termed it, about the integrity of the salary cap and whether it's truly a hard cap when it can be manipulated the way the Eagles and a couple of other teams do they need to change it? So, and you know, if the difference between this and the tush push is I feel like that there are so many owners who are going to look at how the Eagles do business and not want to do that as opposed to a tush push. And I could see down the road, and again, we're far from it, them maybe changing things up and trying to outlaw some of the things that the Eagles and other teams do from avoidable years and dummy years standpoint on contracts and the way they push money down the road,
right,
like a mortgage. And if that were to happen, Mike, there's no doubt that would be a crippling blow to how the Eagles currently do business. But before we get too far down the road, I will say this would be the second time that the league kind of did this to the Eagles, because the Eagles used to be the kings of renegotiating a rookie contract after 2 years, right? They would identify young talent. They'd miss a couple of times. You know, Reggie Brown comes to mind, but they'd give a long-term extension just 2 years into a rookie deal, and that helped them retain a lot of talent on team-friendly contracts. But then the NFL nixed it, you know, and then the players were starting to not like it either because they were so far from free agency and they would be so under market by the third or fourth year of that deal that they would, you know, it caused all sorts. You remember the 2000s. There was a lot of problems. But the point is, it was a really good business maneuver for the Eagles. That got outlawed. And then this would be another one that potentially got outlawed. But the Eagles find ways to, they found a way to adapt and to adjust to the last one.
All right, Jeff Mosher, everybody, from the Inside the Birds podcast. You can get that on all podcasting platforms, of course, right here on Football at 4, each and every day at 4 o'clock on the Sports Bash. The Eagles OTAs, they take a little bit of a break. They will be back, Monday or Tuesday of next week is when they are back out on the practice field. And, of course, we'll have all the updates for you right here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. Jeff Mosher.
No trivia for me today, Mike?
He got 6 right.
Well.
He got 6 right. Yeah, the one that he got wrong. Let's see. I'll ask you the ones that he got wrong.
Okay.
Bryce Harper
told me one, so I got it right. So I know one of them that he got wrong. I will get right.
Okay. Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber each have 12 postseason home runs. Whose record did they break last year?
Oh my God. I guess two guys come to mind, so I'll say Schmidt.
Jason Worth was the answer.
Ooh, that's a tough one. All right, good one.
Matt Stairs hit his postseason home run first time ever in the 2008 National League Championship Series in Game 4 against this L.A. Dodger pitcher.
The big guy, the big right-hander, Broxton. Jonathan
Broxton is correct.
I'm better. I'm sort of better with these little vignettes than like overall stats.
The Phillies won Game 1 of the 2022 World Series against the Astros. Which Phillies pitcher recorded the save in that game?
Oh man, and Astro Suarez came into that one. I think got the Robertson pitching that game. I'm going to go. I'm going to say Suarez. I feel like he came in and got that left-hander out. Was it Jordan Alvarez? Is it Suarez?
It is David Robertson.
Oh, I was close.
You said it. You said Robertson came in to pitch in that game. Those were the ones that he got right. The Hinsky that I heard him tell you off the air. So that was the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, I had got that. He asked me the question, and I knew the answer, so I will say I did know that one.
Yeah, some of those are like you either know it or you don't. Like if you just remember Hinsky was the hitter, you see that. You see Lidge fall to his knees, and you just you can recreate the whole thing in your mind, and you just remember that it was Hinsky. Just like in one of the questions was, who did Tug McGraw strike out to win the 1980 World Series?
Oh boy. I would only say George Brett because that's the only Royal I can think of at the moment.
Willie Wilson was the answer. He got that one right. But that's one of those things. You just remember McGraw striking out Wilson, throwing the glove up in the air, right?
Yep, absolutely. You're right. I'd have to really squint hard to visualize the batter there.
All right, there's today's Football at 4. A little bonus baseball for you at the end. Thanks, man.
You got it. Take care, bro.
Jeff Mosher, everybody, here from Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, and, of course, Football at 4 on the Sports Bash each and every day right here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, we got so much more, including today's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw's in the house with today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. You can be a part of the show. Easy to do. Hit us up on the text board, 609-403 0973 609-403-0973. You want to get involved for today's Nuggets? You can get involved that way. If you're watching on the Twitter X platform and on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, message us in the comments section. We got so much more to go, including the Nuggets. They are next. We got Ranger Suárez coming up at 5. And no Phils tonight. What are we going to do tonight? No Phils. I'm watching the Four Seasons show. We got to the end, so I got to find a new show.
How was the end?
It's a cliffhanger for the next season.
Ooh.
Yeah.
My mom would hate that. Mm-hmm. My mom is like the biggest anti-cliffhanger person.
Season 2 is coming. At the end of it, they said, yes, it's been confirmed. There will be a season 2.
Sounds like they saw the idea from the Marvel movies where they have at the end of the movie of like, so-and-so will return.
It will. It will return. So now I need another new show. Now I need another new show. All right. Coming up, Nuggets next. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 432, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Phillies are rained out tonight. Play a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. You'll get Christopher Sanchez in the day game. You'll get Zach Wheeler in the night game tomorrow night. Time now for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast and producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He joins me now for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash. What's up, Nuggets?
What's going on, Mike? I mean, what a dreary day. We get rained out. I mean, it's awful. So I don't know what to even do tonight. I was ready for appointment television. Braves, Phils aren't getting that tonight, unfortunately. So there'll be a day-night doubleheader tomorrow.
1 o'clock and 6:35.
Yeah. So listen, it ruined my plans for tonight. It's all right. We'll get to that in a little bit. But I did want to start on the Nuggets today, Mike, with the Ranger Suárez discussion. And my goodness, was he fantastic last night. I mean, he has been absolutely ridiculous ever since that first start back after the injury. He has been lights out. In those 4 starts, he's given up no earned runs 3 times. He's pitched at least 6 innings in every single one of those starts. And guess what? He's showing you why you can't send him to the bullpen. He's been lights out. So that discussion, he's kind of silenced that for a little bit. I know he's the most ideal candidate, but you can't send him to the bullpen. I don't know what you do with him at this point. I mean, the only logical way is either keep him or trade him. You can't send him to the bullpen because he's been too good. It's one or the other. And I'm having second thoughts about trading him, Mike. I mean, come on. I said to trade him because of the contract situation. They've gone in a different direction, especially with the lefties in the rotation. But they have so much depth at that position with young pitchers coming up. The Mick, he was fantastic in his first start a couple of weeks ago. I am so lost to what you do with Ranger Suárez at this point, Mike. I'm losing it because he's been so good. He's making it more difficult.
I'll tell you, I don't know that I have an answer either. Like, if you right now said, hey, you have a NLDS Game 5, Phillies-Mets. Who do you want to pitch that game, Christopher Sanchez or Ranger Suárez?
Right now, I mean, you got to go Ranger, right? I mean, he's pitched in those big moments before, and he's just stone cold on the mound. I mean, there's no emotion. He's ready to rock. He's going 6-7 innings every start, it feels like. I mean, he's been lights out. He's given you every reason not to trade him, and he's given you every reason to give him an extension in the offseason and maybe bring him back.
Well, they're going to run into an interesting conundrum here. If Ranger keeps pitching like this, let's just say his second half of the season is the equivalent of what he did in the first half of last year. All right? How do you tell him you're going to the bullpen? Now, you got Nola, who has been terrible this year. If he comes back healthy and just pitches mediocre, how do you say to Ranger, Nola's getting a start over you in the playoffs? Then you got Sanchez, who's been good, but he hasn't been as good as he was last year yet. I mean, he's been like kind of up and down, but more good than bad. I'm not saying he's been terrible, but Ranger has pitched better his last 3 starts than Suárez has pitched this year. So how do you give Sanchez a start over Suárez? Then you got the Painter wild card looming as well. What if he comes up here and pitches really well? Where does he figure in? And by the way, keep this in mind. We looked this up today. Jesus Luzardo has pitched in 4 playoff games in his career. And those numbers are not great. I mean, his ERA is near 7 in playoff games.
Yeah, the Phillies got to him just a couple of years ago in that wild card round. They got to Luzardo. So he pitched against the Phillies. I mean, he's been good in the postseason too. It's tough because it feels like he's the odd man out, right? Because of all the contractual obligations the Phillies have made. They traded for a lefty in Luzardo. He's been really good. You have Sanchez, who you gave an extension to last year. You chose that lefty as well. And then you have all these young pitchers waiting in the wings that you want to bring up, especially Andrew Painter. And I heard you earlier liking him to what if he is like Paul Skeens and he's like that type of good? You can't send him down either. And then you got Mick Abel, who pitched well in his first career start and has been pitching well throughout the minors this season. So, I mean, and Taijuan Walker's been good. So,
yeah, I would think
an abundance here.
I would think Abel is not really in the playoff plans. I mean, he is probably like the seventh guy. But Painter, he's going to come up here at some point, and Painter's going to come up here and pitch. And if he's really, really good, I don't know what you do with him. I don't know how you make the decision on this guy stays, that guy goes. He's a bullpen guy. He's not a bullpen guy. You can only pitch 4 starters in the playoffs. And by the way, in the first round of the playoffs, you only get 3 starters. So realistically, you only need 3 in the first round, and that means the 4th guy is either not pitching for a while or he maybe pitches game 1 of the next series. But if you sweep that first series, you do it in 2 games, then you don't need 3 pitchers. There's so much in play here that could be confusing. And keep this in mind. If you win the division, you got to sit out a bunch of days. Those pitchers don't like that either.
I don't know what you do here. And it's even the long term, though. Like the Mick thing, that's kind of like a long-term scenario. Like, what do you do with all these pitchers? At some point, you're going to have to move off one of them because you just have too many. It's never a problem to have too much pitching, but you have so much this season, right this second. You have so many options. You go make a trade. Listen, you have the best record in baseball. You're at the top of the standings. I mean, you're playing well, so it's not like it's a rush to move on from any of these guys or move on from a guy like Ranger. But Ranger's the guy who's in a contract year, kind of like his teammate Kyle Schwarber. They're performing in contract years. Usually that's how it goes, right? So he's looking to get paid in the offseason. Do you just want to let him walk? Or with the way he's pitching right now, do you want to get the most value you can at the deadline, at least get something back for him because he's got Scott Boras as his agent instead of just losing him for absolutely nothing?
That's where I think the Phillies are in an interesting conundrum here because do they want to sign him themselves and say, look, we want to bring this guy? How do you let this guy just walk the way that he has pitched for this team in playoff pass pitching right now? How do you just say, we're going to let you walk? But realistically, if you approach him to sign him, what does that mean for the young guys in your organization? Going back to the same conversation again next year, where's a spot for Painter and Abel if Ranger Suárez is here? You've already signed Sanchez. He already got a deal. Luzardo's here. Wheeler's here. Nola's here. You bring Sanchez back, you're blocking Painter again next year. I don't see that happening.
You have to look at it. Suarez is also 29 years old, so he's going to be entering his 30s, the back end of his prime, if they were to sign him long-term, too. So
keep in mind, though, but that doesn't mean much considering they just gave a deal to Nola and Wheeler, who were both older than Ranger.
True, but it's something to consider. I know pitchers have pitched in a long time. They get pitched close to 40 now at this point, but do you want those younger arms? But do you want those younger arms who are in their early 20s? You get even longer with them.
Ranger's not one of those guys, though, that throws very hard. No. He doesn't put a lot of stress on his arm. Now, he has had some injury issues, but none of them have been arm really related where, he's had some back issues, stuff like that. But he's one of these guys that, as a lefty, these crafty lefties that can pitch deeper. They throw a lot of off-speed stuff. He throws like 92 miles an hour. He's not a guy throwing 97, 98. So he profiles as a pitcher who could probably pitch later. And by the way, as you said, he's not even 30 yet. So let's say you gave him a 5-year deal. He'd be 34 at the end of the deal, which is still younger than what Wheeler and Nola will be at the end of their deals.
Yeah, this one's a tough one because you love Ranger. He's been really good. He kind of came out of nowhere, right, and became a really solid starter for you. I don't know. They have an interesting decision to make, and I know you could definitely get value for him. That's for sure at the deadline. We'll see how it shakes out. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2. We got to talk about the Harper hit by pitch last night. And I know Spencer Strider is kind of an enemy, a villain, to say the least, of the Philadelphia sports fan. I want to know, as all these opposing players come in, there's villains. Jerry Jones, I think, is probably the most notable villain right now. But Strider's moving into that top spot. Is Spencer Strider right now a top 3 opposing player villain in Philly sports right now, Mike?
Let's see. Who would even be on the list right now?
Gotta go Jerry Jones. I don't know. Sidney Crosby considered in there still? The Flyers, I don't know. Because he was, for a long time, very much hated here. He was a villain.
Yeah, I would say that he was up high on the list. I mean, is that still there? The Flyers haven't really been relevant in 5 years, maybe longer. I'm trying to think, would you say, I mean, Frankie Louvu, you only played that one game.
Right.
I mean, so I don't know that he would, resonate as
The Green Bay Packers as a whole, maybe, because of the tush-push thing.
I would have to say Strider then has to be on that list.
He's got to be at the top, right, at this point. I mean, Jerry's always there. Jerry Jones, I feel like, public enemy number one in Philadelphia. Out of all the 4 majors, Jerry Jones won. I think Strider, at this moment in time, he's got to be like 2. I don't know who else I'd put above him. In football, I mean, Mahomes, I don't know if it's really Mahomes is a villain of Philly sports right now. You know what I mean? I think so. I think he would be at the top of the list at this point, especially since they play the Braves. It feels like every year in the postseason.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a football player really. I mean, this Washington Philly thing, maybe Josh Harris. Josh Harris.
Josh Harris. Well, you could put Ben Simmons in there, guys who have played here, but guys who haven't played here. Who are the top villains? I think Strider's at the top of the list right now.
Well, the Phillies played the Braves 2 years back to back in the playoffs, so you did have a little something with them back. Arcia, but he's not even there anymore.
He's a Rocky now, by the way. The Rockies claimed him.
Saw that. Yeah, I was going to say Arcia had a little bit there. Now he's gone. I mean, he is back in the league now quickly, but he would be a guy that would be up on that list.
Yeah,
right?
You have the famous picture. I have that picture hanging in my office of Arcia getting stared down by Bryce. And it's always Bryce involving a Brave. I mean, it seems like it's always a Brave and Bryce. So I think Strider's probably at the top of the list. Arcia, I mean, he's kind of fallen off. I mean, he got, DFA'd, and then now he's with the Colorado Rockies at this point. So he'd be at the top. I think Dak you got to throw in there, though.
Yeah, but you can't put Dak there. They never play against him. He's always hurt.
I know, but still, it's a Cowboy, the Cowboys quarterback. I feel like, hey, there's automatic spot for him.
Maybe Micah Parsons?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he talks a lot in the media at this point. There's not, I feel like, a ton of villains that haven't played for a Philadelphia team. Like Ben Simmons, he's a villain. Clearly
James Harden?
James Harden, villain. Like guys that have played here, yeah, that's an easy villain. But who haven't played here?
I don't think Ben cares, though.
No, Ben doesn't care either. I don't think James Harden cares either, to be honest.
Probably not. But Ben is just so irrelevant at this stage. It's like, maybe villain because of the way he left and the way he asked out and the way he handled it all, which I thought was horrible. But in the end, I don't think he really cares that the Philly fans don't like him.
Yeah,
he has said that he would come back, right?
Yeah, I mean that's why I think Strider's at the top right now. He is the number one villain on an opposing roster. He's got to be. Sixers, there's not really anybody. They just get beat by Boston all the time. And, the Knicks, they lost to the Knicks the other year. I don't think there's a villain. Like Trae Young became a villain to New York because of those big shots in the Garden, right? Halliburton, villain to New York. Those two guys, villains. Strider, that guy. Arcia, that guy. There hasn't been a standout like that against the Eagles or the Phillies.
I mean, you could throw theoretically, Tatum and Brown in there because it seems like the Celtics kept knocking you out. But this was back in the Simmons era that you were getting knocked out by them. You haven't really faced them in the recent playoffs there. You played Trae Young the one year.
Yeah. But Trae Young, hit the big shots. He was doing the thing to the fans. Strider, I mean, the whole thing, what he said on camera, on tape, there should be no fans. It's been but it's Atlanta. It's the Braves. It's the rival. So I think they're there. I think any Cowboy, Jerry Jones, Micah Parsons, I think is a good one because of how much he's been talking. He's got the podcast, whatever. And then you always got to put the Dallas quarterback in there, I think.
It's hard to put the Dallas quarterback in there when he doesn't play.
Deebo Samuel. Deebo, 49ers, they were, for before last year's Super Bowl, and now he's going to be a part of Washington. I think Deebo's got to be in that conversation.
Maybe now that he's a part of Washington.
Well, he was. He had that big game 2 years ago with San Francisco. At least he wore the A.J. Brown jersey, so I don't know how much of a villain he is anymore. We saw that at Radio Row. So I think Deebo, that's one. I knew there was one I couldn't think of. So Deebo, he's still a villain. I think that'll be reignited this year.
Maybe. Yeah, because last year the Niners were kind of irrelevant.
Yeah. They were. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3. All right, with the Phillies not playing tonight, I told you we'd get back to this.
Damn.
You got the NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs. Now, first of all,
I'm in.
You're in. All right, but they don't start.
I've been watching these conference finals.
All right. My question is, though, they don't start till like 8:30. You got some buffer time. All right. You got about 2 hours of buffer time, 2.5 hours. What are you going in that little range there? I mean, what do you put on? You're just watching highlights, YouTube, a podcast. I know you just ended your show. You're going to start a new show. You go comfort show, comfort movie. What do you do in between before those games start tonight?
Yeah, I just got hit with the Phillies news a little while ago, so I was talking about how we started a new show. We just finished it last night. It was a little Netflix kind of like mini thing. I think it was like 8 episodes, so that's over. Need to find a new one there. I don't know. I mean, I probably will watch the OKC. Now, that game, you're right, doesn't start till 8:30.
Yeah. What do you do in that buffer time with those games? Because the playoff games don't start till late tonight, so you have buffer time while you're eating dinner. I don't know what to do. So the Panthers and Hurricanes, they play at 8.
I'm out on that. I'm not getting into that right now.
You're not doing NHL? You're not doing NHL at all. You're out.
Out. I haven't watched one puck drop, not the whole playoff.
Not one puck drop. You got 30 minutes till that game with Timberwolves and Thunder. That starts at 8:30. It leads you in.
Nah, I'm out. I'm not even trying to get myself invested there.
All right.
Maybe if it's like a game 7 of the Stanley Cup final, like Edmonton, Florida, maybe.
Then you get into it.
I know who's in the. I do know who's in the playoffs. It's Edmonton and Dallas, Florida and Carolina. But
yes.
I am so far removed from hockey. I mean, my gosh.
All right, but you have nothing for the buffer time. You didn't even you got nothing till 8:30. That's a while. It's 2.5 hours until your show ends. Hey, you got a little bit of time there.
I am required to write 2 articles every day. So far, I've written 0. So I will probably use that time to write my 2 articles that I'm required to write every day.
I'm going to go Seinfeld. I'm going to watch Comfort Show until the Timberwolves game tips off at 8:30. I'm just going to watch them back to back to back, eat some dinner, get some stuff done, maybe a little work too. Maybe I'll work on a couple of things too.
I mean, I did flip around the other night. I mean, Back to the Future was on. If I can catch something like that. There was a Rocky marathon on the other day. I got Rocky 2, if that's on. I don't know. Maybe I'll catch up on the news in the world. Is the world still like falling apart? What's going on out there?
I don't think it's completely on fire. We're still here, right? We're still going.
Maybe I'll check in on the news. I haven't done that in about 2 years. So
all right, yeah, there you go.
See what's happening in the world. Other than that, I mean, I could do some editing. You know, anybody want to watch the podcast, the post show, cut up some of the interviews from today, something like that.
Get some work done. Yeah, no Phils. I mean, it's a gap in your night right now with no Phillies tonight.
When the Phils don't play, it is, it's rough. Now, tomorrow, I do kind of like the day-night doubleheader. I get out the game while we're here, so I get the game on early before I go on the air, so I get, a little while to watch the first game, and then I get to go home and watch a full game.
Yeah, I like
while the first game is on, I can't really pay attention to the game while I'm doing this stupid show.
Listen, you'll have Nuggets tomorrow at 4:30. Maybe we'll be talking about a win in the first game, then previewing the second game.
The game should be over right about that time tomorrow when the Nuggets pop on.
Yeah. You're dang right.
By the way, it just got about 40 degrees hotter in this room.
There you go. A lot of hot air.
Whew.
A lot of hot air.
Man. They're trying to heat me out of this place.
All right, Mike. 3-pack of Nuggets for you.
There you go. There's the Nuggets for today. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw's back tomorrow. We got more Nuggets for you here on the Sports Bash Live. Coming up, we got a lot going on in Ryer's side today. We got a whole bunch we're going to dive into. We're going to dive a little bit more into these NBA playoffs. What's the recipe for success? By the way, I got a observation from the Eastern Conference playoffs. Last week I told you how the 2018 draft was maybe the worst night in Sixers history. They could have drafted Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 10. Instead, they drafted Mikal Bridges. Now, Bridges isn't a bad player by any stretch of the imaginations. He's not the MVP of the league. So they messed that up. Then they could have had Jalen Brunson at 26. Instead, they took Landry Shamet, who, by the way, was playing last night too. Shamet's draining threes last night for the Knicks. But there was something else I observed from those two teams. I'll explain next. Final hour of the show. Get involved. Many ways to do so. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Got you till 6. Watch the show on the Twitter X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, share, like, text 609-403-0973. I told you before the break, I'm watching these NBA playoffs. I'm watching the game last night between the Pacers and the Knicks, and I'm noticing two players in that game that are doing a lot in this series. One is Pascal Siakam. The other is OG Anunoby. And if you remember, in 2024 season, those two players were available in trades. One got traded from Toronto to the Knicks. That was an early trade. That happened before the new year. The second one, Pascal Siakam, got traded from Toronto to Indiana. The Sixers sat on their hands and ended up with Buddy Hield. Well, OG Anunoby is now dueling Pascal Siakam in these Eastern Conference Finals. It's just another situation where you're looking at the Sixers and they waited on draft day, and these two teams got aggressive at the trade deadline, and now they're playing in the Eastern Conference Finals, which could end tomorrow night. The Western Conference Finals could end tonight. You can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN. But as I watch these NBA playoffs, I continue to see blunders from the Sixers that haunt them. The 2018 NBA draft, where they could have had a guy like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander if they had an adult in the room. Or, hey, get aggressive in 2023, 2024. Go get OG Anunoby. Or go get Pascal Siakam. Instead, you wait, and you have to settle for Buddy Hield. Buddy, what's would you sigh at those comments?
I sigh. There's a lot there to sigh about. My goodness, there's so many different avenues that we can go down just based off what you said there. Because, I look at Siakam and a guy like OG Anunoby, and it's like, man, Chet Holmgren on the other side, right? Like those guys, long, lengthy, create problems for the opposing team on both ends of the floor. Like that's today's ticket. That's your golden ticket to a deep playoff run, a guy like that, and the Sixers have been lacking that.
Meanwhile, you have Jared McCain and Tyrese Maxey in the backcourt together.
Well, I don't think that's terrible. I just think you need a guy now like Pascal Siakam to go with those guys, no?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you're talking about length and guys who are athletic. You got guys that are shorter and smaller, and, I'm not saying they're not athletic. I mean, Maxey's a very athletic guy. McCain seems to have some jump and some athleticism to him. But I wouldn't say, like, these long, lengthy, athletic wings, the Sixers lack those players.
Yeah, right. I agree with you. I mean, he's Siakam's playing with Halliburton, who's, my goodness, he's like an MVP right now. But Chet's playing with SGA, who's also an MVP. But it's interesting to see the makeup of these teams. And my goodness, look back to Brett Brown and the decisions he made in that 2018 draft, and we tie it into the Daryl Morey conversation. Everyone wants Daryl Morey's head on a stick. And you look back to all the huge blunders that previous regimes made and the mess that was left for Daryl Morey to clean up. It's like, let's just remind ourselves of that.
Yeah, listen, look, Morey doesn't get absolved from stuff. I'm one who says, hey, I would rather stick with Morey, give him another chance to see if he's learned from some of the mistakes they made this year. I know a lot of people are holding his feet to the fire for making the decision to re-up Joel Embiid, give a contract to Paul George. If you were somebody who did not like those moves, then obviously you want to hold him accountable and think that he should be gone. I don't love those moves, but they didn't have a lot of options in that sense that, hey, Paul George was the biggest ticket item out there. Some people liked him, some people didn't. But I think some of the other things that Morey has done from the time he got here to now have been very solid. It's the two biggest moves that now I just mentioned at the trade deadline. Could have had OG Anunoby. I thought that was a great fit for them. They passed on that. Pascal Siakam, he was available. They allowed two teams in the East to make moves ahead of them, New York and Indiana. here they are still playing, and you're trying to figure out what the heck happened and how to build and fix your team right now.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, you can certainly look at those things, but I think overall, like for me, I hold him accountable for the Paul George signing and giving Joel Embiid that contract. Yes, of course. But you have to look at the bigger picture stuff and all the things that he's done to try and rectify situation after situation after situation. I think, nay, I know he gets no credit for, I think, all the brilliant moves that ended up not panning out, but that still doesn't mean they weren't brilliant. Like I just look at all the moves and all the corners that he was backed into, and he found a way out of it. It just didn't translate on the court, but that's not really his fault. It's really just because the players were hurt and so many other factors.
Well, you get a lot of people who are stuck in this way of like, he hasn't won anything. What has he ever won in terms of Morey? He has not won an NBA championship. He got the Rockets to 2 Western Conference finals. Apparently, that is not sufficient enough for people to look at him as a quote-unquote winner. This is a guy who has one losing season in the history of building teams, and yet people look at him kind of as, not a winning executive, which I find to be interesting. It's like, hey, this guy's been an executive for 18 years. He's been to the playoffs 17 of them. Last year was the first time that he did not make the playoffs or did not have a winning record, at least on there. I don't know if he's been to the playoffs every single time, but he's only had one losing record ever, which was this past year. And yet people have this perception of Morey as not a winning guy. That's what I hear all the time. He's never won anything, to which I would say, well, then really, you only look at 1 or 2 executives in the league. You look at Denver, won a title. They fired their GM. Golden State won a title. That GM has retired. So you're looking at Boston, Milwaukee, Toronto, and who else that has won a title in the recent 5, 6, 7 years? LA, the Lakers.
Yeah, the Lakers in the COVID year. Yeah, it's tough. And now, we mentioned Giannis and LeBron. So it's like, yeah, if you don't have Giannis, if you don't have LeBron, Jokic obviously is involved with the coach and GM getting fired. But, yeah, in the NBA and in pro sports, but especially in the NBA, it's a revolving door. And that's been the problem with the 76ers, is it's been a revolving door in key positions, particularly in the front office. If you keep that door moving and turning, we're going to continue to chase our tail.
Yeah, that's why I will, I'm going to side with stability here. The instability that the Sixers have had has caused a lot of the issues, I think. So I'm going to go with stability. I'm giving Morey another shot here to figure out, listen, people wanted Howie Roseman fired for the mistakes he made. How would that have turned out? I think when you have a smart guy, you have a guy who's shown he can build winning rosters, you let him learn from his mistakes. That's why I think getting rid of Morey would be a mistake, because this guy has shown he's a smart guy who's made a lot of good moves. He's built a lot of winning teams. They just haven't won a title. But I'll take my shot with a guy who's good at making moves, making smart decisions, over starting over and trying to find somebody new.
Before we get to a couple other things here, what do the Sixers need to do this season for Morey to keep his job in your mind? And this is on the floor, actual finish product, playoffs. Where do they need to get to?
It's a good question. I mean, I haven't really thought about it, but I would have to imagine they've got to be healthy, and they've got to probably at least get back to that second round. And everybody's going to say, out of the second round, you got to get out of the second round. I think from going to a team that won 20-some games this year, they get back to the playoffs and show that they're back at that contending status is the next step. And now you got a 3rd overall pick, a guy in McCain. You hope that he grows into to another level. You hope Maxey takes another step forward. You hope that Embiid and George show that they can remain healthy and showed some sort of meshing on the floor together, and that these other guys, Justin Edwards, Quentin Grimes, if he comes back, Adem Bona, did those guys now grow into rotational players?
Yeah, I agree. I think first or second round, even though it's not really achieving much, but achieving first or second round before you get knocked out, I think that would you just have to be a playoff team. It also has to look different. I know that's not an actual sustainable goal, right? Like, quote, it has to look different, but it does, right? I think it has to look different to where the fan base can say, okay, yeah, we didn't make the finals, but we see some potential. We see some optimism.
Well, I would also say you can't use injuries as an excuse again next year. Hey, these guys are always hurt. Okay, well, you bet on these guys. I'll give you 1 year of those guys letting you down. But if they let you down for a second year, now that's on you. Now you've said, I'm investing in you two players. Don't let me down again. And if they let you down again the second time, then you got to go.
I agree with that. I think that's a really good point because that brings Joel Embiid to the forefront for me, right? Because it's like, listen, if you keep returning these players, you can only get let off the hook so many times before you look at yourself in the mirror as you're the one who brought him back. So, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Is like you've got to take a tremendous step back towards relevancy in terms, and relevancy is a word that gets thrown around and people kick that around like, oh, all you want to do is sell jerseys and sell out. Yeah, you need to get the fan base back. You need to get the fan base re-energized and back on board because, quite frankly, you're going to have a lot of young players on this team, which is what they said they need. They need to get younger and more athletic. Well, that means to me, hey, that's probably not a year that you're going to win a championship.
No, probably not. But, after watching this playoffs to sort of bring it full circle, it's like they do feel light years away at times. When I'm watching the Pacers of the world and the Oklahoma City Thunder of the world, I'm like, man, it just feels like the Sixers are light years and light years away.
The Oklahoma City thing is the Oklahoma City is like the Phillies pitching staff. They're going to have so many problems on who to decide to keep and who to get rid of, and then they have so many first-round picks still coming. Yeah. Where are all these guys going to fit?
I know. Man, what a problem to have. Like the Spurs are in a similar boat, although the Spurs aren't the current favorite to win it all right now, like the Thunder. But yeah, I mean, those are just two teams with an abundance of riches of guys of 24 and under. It's unbelievable.
And Oklahoma City won 68 games, and by the way,
they have
15 first-round picks between now and 2031. 15.
I had at the bottom of my notes, I didn't want to get to Giannis, but just to throw Giannis into this real quick, it's like, what could they do with all this extra stuff? I mean, they could bring Giannis out. If Giannis wants to go to OKC could do that in a heartbeat and still keep Chet, SGA, Hartenstein. I mean, all these key players that they have, essentially, they could keep and bring Giannis if they wanted to. They could do it.
And that's the thing. You won 68 games this year. You're the favorite to win a championship right now. How do you pick and choose which guys you deem to be not important to winning that title?
I mean, it's all right. SGA, yeah, check. Obviously, he just raised the MVP trophy, and Chet. For me, like those, obviously there's some key role players as well, but heck, if we're talking superstar, if we're talking bringing in another MVP guy in his prime to play along SGA, who isn't expendable, right? I mean, it's all good problems to have.
Yeah, I don't know how you say, okay, I got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Obviously, he's not going anywhere. Chet Holmgren, I would likely say, you're keeping him. Probably Hartenstein. He's a guy that you targeted in free agency. Is Dort a guy that you say, okay, we can kind of move on from him? Jalen Williams, great, very good in his role. Is he a guy that you say, hey, we can try to move on from him? I mean, Caruso has a great role on that team. Is he a guy you say, well, we can – I don't know who you pick and choose are the ones that you say, let's upgrade in that spot. We won 68 games, but we could be better in that spot. They're going to be a fascinating.
And I start to backpedal with my idea of throwing Giannis out there, right? Because look at OKC, who I think is primed to win it all here at this point. I'm not really going out on much of a limb, right? Look at Boston, who won it last year. Both of those rosters, well, what's similar? The depth, particularly at the perimeter, with lengthy key guys in the front court. So the idea of a super team might be dead, as we talked about this like a week or two ago, MG. It's like, do you want to give away some key depth with some key guys that know their role and play it really well for a superstar? I mean, look at the Suns, the Phoenix Suns of the world, right? That may not be the recipe anymore, the formula for success. So, like, OKC has figured it out. The tricky part, as we said, is keeping that depth.
The Oklahoma City thing is the most unbelievable build of a period. Now, listen, they were a team that lost for a couple of years, 2 years back-to-back there. They won 22 games, 24 games, and they made so many trades that all involved draft picks and they hit on all their draft picks. I mean, they literally have not missed on a pick, which is different from what the Sixers did.
Yeah, that's it right there. Listen, in the NBA, if you can hit on 2 or 3 drafts in a row and one of those picks can become an MVP like SGA, obviously. But yeah, you're going to be set up for success for a long time. Absolutely.
All right. Yeah. Well, I'm sighing at the fact that I'm watching OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam, 2 guys that were available to you, and you had Nick Nurse here. A lot of people connected those dots, and you decided to kind of wait off those 2 players. New York was more aggressive, the Pacers were more aggressive, and you ended up with Buddy Hield.
Well, keeping the theme here of young up-and-coming teams and the Sixers, Josh Harris now, making some big-time decisions for an Eagles foe in Washington. Washington up-and-coming, obviously, with the new quarterback coming off a huge 12-5 season. And there was audio that we had that I want to set up here as we get to an Eagles topic before we run out of time. And Louis Riddick touched on Washington and comparing them to the Eagles and Washington possibly being one of, if not the biggest contenders to the Philadelphia Eagles as the Eagles get ready to defend the Super Bowl ship, Mike Gill. So listen to what Louis Riddick has to say and we'll react.
It's Washington, Green, because they're making all the right moves. Look, I know we want to conveniently say, well, Jaden Daniels can't have another season like he had last year. Well, why not? Why can't he? Did Cliff Kingsbury go anywhere? No. Did they add some protection on the offensive line? Yeah. Laramie Tunsil and the drafting of Josh Connerly are huge. It's huge. It all started up front with them anyway. Deebo Samuel, that acquisition is huge because we know he's a multi-tool player.
All right, so that's Louis Riddick saying on record that Washington is the number 1 contender to the Philadelphia Eagles, at least in the NFC. And I sigh at that big time because, listen, Washington, they may very well end up being the number 1 contender. But I can't go on record in May, Mike Gill, and say that the Washington Commanders have proven enough. I've seen enough. This is a team that just had an above 500 record last year at 12-5 for the first time in 7 seasons. 7 years ago, they were a whopping 8-7-1, by the way, that got them over 500. So I'm not ready to crown Washington as the number 1 contender to the Philadelphia Eagles. They have the potential. They could be. But they're not my biggest concern right now. So I sigh at what Louis Riddick has to say. What say you?
I am indifferent. I'm not indifferent. It's not the right word. I don't know what to think about Washington. I do think they are up and coming, and I do think that they are a much better run organization. And the irony here is that people think Harris does a terrible job with the Sixers, and I would say, look what he's doing with one of the worst franchises in football. He's completely changed the perception of the Commanders. I mean, people now look at them as a well-run organization. So I don't know if they're a byproduct of the schedule last year. They won 12 games last year. 10 of them came against, I think 11 of them came against non-playoff teams.
Yeah, good point.
So every game they won last year, except for against Philadelphia, was against a non-playoff team. Every game they lost was against a team that made the playoffs. Now, the retort to that would be, well, then they got to the playoffs and won 2 games. So they did prove that they could win against good teams. They beat Detroit on the road, by the way, and they won their first playoff game. So I don't know what to think of them. They went out and got Deebo Samuel. They went out and got a left tackle to really improve their line. I think this is a team that has gotten better, but were they a byproduct of playing a much easier schedule last year than they will this year? They will be challenged almost every single week this year.
Let me ask you a potentially stupid question based off of your point about their schedule. Is momentum a factor? Yes, they ended up winning 2 playoff games, but my question about momentum is they had that easy schedule, and they pile up 12 wins, a lot of close games, victories too, right? I don't know. I'm trying to take away their 2 playoff wins, which probably just isn't fair or realistic with that.
Well, they beat Tampa on the road. I mean, Tampa's a good team. It's not a great team, but they went on the road and won a playoff game. Yes.
Yeah.
But you're right about, they beat the Giants 21-18. They had a game against the Bears. They won that game 18-15. They played the Giants 27-22. They beat New Orleans 20-19. They beat Atlanta 30-24 in overtime. They beat a pretty banged-up Dallas team 23-19. They had a lot of one-score games against type of team. So what do those look like now when your schedule goes from playing? Their wins last year came against the Giants, Cincinnati, Arizona, Cleveland, Carolina, Chicago, the Giants, and Tennessee, the Saints, Atlanta, Dallas, and Philadelphia. So, not necessarily murderer's row there. Now, this year, they will play Green Bay, the Chargers, Kansas City, Detroit, Denver, Minnesota. So that's 6 playoff teams that they will face that they did not face last year.
6 playoff teams with a quarterback now that has, officially arrived and is on the radar. Like, he's not sneaking through anyone's game prep and film prep. This guy is on the map. He is a favorite to win MVP of the National Football League in year 2. So, yeah, this team coming off a 12-win season, a team that has been notoriously bad in the last 6 years previous to that. I know a lot has changed in this short time frame, but it takes time. Like, look at what the Eagles have done. I know they're a Super Bowl champion now 2 times since 2017, but it takes time to build a perennial winning franchise. Like, look what the Patriots did. Look what the Eagles are doing now, right? Like, that's not easy. It doesn't just happen overnight. Like, maybe Washington could get there, but
football is such a byproduct of the schedule, too. Like, you get these teams that play these last-place schedules like Washington. Now, they got a quarterback, and that quarterback changes the franchise. If he's like, you look at C.J. Stroud. The Texans the year before were terrible. They had the number 2 pick in the draft. They take C.J. Stroud. Then all of a sudden they go from the number 2 pick in the draft to a playoff team. Well, then the next year they get the schedule change, and they weren't the same team every year because you don't play the same schedule every year. So you can't say, hey, we know we can navigate through a couple games here. That schedule changes every single year. So you're constantly having – now, there's very few teams because of the rules of the NFL that can navigate their way through regardless because their roster is just that good. Most of these rosters, we say this all the time, the difference between a 7-win team and a 10-win team is not all that much.
No, absolutely not. It's, what we just mentioned, all the Washington close wins, right? With the Giants of the world, it's 1 or 2 plays. We're talking about a team 12-5 that could have 6 wins, difference of 3 to 5 plays. So yeah, it's crazy thin.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I do look at because Washington has a quarterback. It's not one of these teams that won 12 games with kind of like a journeyman. Sometimes you see these
let's
journeymen.
See what he does, Mike. Like, are you ready to crown this guy? He looked really darn good last year.
I like
he didn't.
I like Jaden Daniels. I think he's a real deal. But now, I'll give them credit. They went out and got him Deebo Samuel. They went out and got some offensive line help. They didn't just say, hey, you were really good last year. Let's see you just take over yourself. They said, no, you were really good. Let's go get you some more help. So I like what Washington did for Jaden Daniels.
It's a good point by you. I agree that they went out and said, we got you. We're not just going to expect
and here's
you to
where
carry us.
And here's where Washington, I think, shows that they're well run now. In the draft, when they could have said, hey, let's go get a skill player, they went out and got an offensive lineman because that's what they really need. We have the quarterback. He can elevate the other players. Let's go get an offensive lineman for this guy. Instead of trying to go find that flashy skill player, they went boring, and that's what good teams do.
Yeah, took a page out of Howie Roseman's book, which is the right book to rip a page out of. So.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
All right, I got Oklahoma City winning tonight.
Yeah, I do too. Too much OKC. Although I'd love to see Ant-Man show up here and really flex his muscles to extend this series a little bit, but they just don't have enough, man. I have OKC.
All right, there you go. Another Ryer side in the books here for this Wednesday edition here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, good one there. We got a lot of NBA in the mix there and a lot of people texting in as well. Thoughts on that? 609-403-0973. I like this text message about the Celtics. Mike, Tatum won't play next season, but the Celtics will win 50 games and make the playoffs. Okay, now take out Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, and a couple of role players, and let me know how they do. We'll see how that goes. Hey, listen, I get it. Embiid, George, Maxey, they got Drummond to be the backup center. He ended up getting hurt. McCain, who was averaging, 17 a game, he ended up getting hurt. Fine, you want to play without 5 rotation players? How's your season going to go? Probably not so good. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:31. Want to tell you about my friends over at Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township. Guys, summer's here. Saw a lot of people out there this weekend balling on the courts. How your knees and ankles and shoulders and backs all feeling after all that? Sore? Well, check out my friends at Game Day Men's Health. They can help fix all the soreness. Treatable areas with MSK therapy, which is an accelerated healing, highly effective, non-invasive shockwave therapy. Plantar fasciitis, back pain, neck pain, foot, heel, ankle pain, stress fractures, knee pain. All that, plus testosterone replacement therapy, weight loss, ED, vitamin injections. They've got it all, guys. Just walk in. 15 minutes is all it takes. They'll check you out, ask you a couple of the key questions. And you can do that at Game Day Men's Health, 3069 English Creek Avenue, Egg Harbor Township, 609-365-7088. Simple as that. No Phils tonight. Rained out. Day-night doubleheader tomorrow. They will play the early game at 1:05, and then the night game will be later on at 6:35. It'll be it'll be Christopher Sanchez starting game number 1, and Zach Wheeler will now start game number 2. Talked a lot about Ranger Suárez earlier and what the Phillies do with him. What should the Phillies do with Ranger Suárez? This is now his 3rd straight game that he has been outstanding. You get into a situation now where you're wondering, how do you move him out of the rotation? How do you take Ranger Suárez and stick him in the bullpen or tell him that he is not one of the top 4 pitchers in the Phillies rotation? I don't know how the Phillies are going to play this. I don't know how this all comes together, but they are going to have some very, very difficult decisions to make when it comes to what to do when Andrew Painter's ready to go, what to do when you got Nola coming back. So really, you have 6 pitchers for 4 spots. Now, you don't want to wish injury. We were talking a lot about the Sixers. The Sixers are a team that went into a year with counting on 2 guys who get hurt a lot. Joel Embiid, Paul George. The Phillies really have had minimal pitching injuries over the last couple of years, right? They send those guys out there. Very few times do the Phillies go through injuries. I mean, Nola getting hurt right now, it's almost kind of been like a blessing in disguise for them that they got a chance to throw Abel in a game, which kind of rose his stock. Then it has allowed, Suárez to kind of get back from his injury and now get his couple starts under his belt. But the Phillies have not had to deal with a whole heck of a lot of injuries. So to sit here and say that you can count on injuries playing a factor into the Phillies is something that really has not happened all that much for this team.
Yeah, and don't forget about the fact that, realistically, outside of Nola getting injured this year and Ranger having his back issues, it's not just the starting staff, but the bullpen has been healthy pretty much the last couple of years as well. And Alvarado getting suspended is the first time we are without him for a significant period of time. So it's not just the starters, Mike. You can, knock on wood, count your blessings, do whatever you got to do, but you got to admit that the Phillies pitching staff has been pretty healthy.
Yeah, I think the Phillies have lucked out over the years by not having a lot of injury issues. Now it is almost kind of getting in the way a little bit where you're like, hey, can somebody now Nola going down here has kind of opened the door for a little bit.
Right, but it was at the wrong time. Because if Nola went down maybe like mid to late July, then you'd be like, just put Painter in there. But now we're having the conversation of, should Walker really be starting? Should he be in the bullpen? Should they call back up Abel? What do you do here? You and I had the conversation 2 hours ago about, do they push back Sanchez a day? Now, Sanchez will pitch tomorrow at 1 o'clock, but, do they shuffle the rotation because they don't maybe want Walker to start as much? Like, there's so many variables that are going on right now.
If right now the Phillies had to play a playoff series and everybody was healthy, and let's say Painter was up here and he's pitched well and Nola's kind of back, rounded into form, they got to pick 2 of these guys and say, you're going to the bullpen. It's going to be very tough for them to do.
Yeah, and part of the reason why it's tough is because of the fact that that you have gotten good performances from some of these guys.
Well, there's nobody right now other than Nola. If Nola doesn't turn it around, he's the one guy who is not deserving of a start. However, he's also the one guy who has been here the longest, has probably the longest track record, and will be the most difficult to say, sorry, man, you're done. You're out. You're out of the rotation. It's going to be a tough thing for them, man.
Yeah, and, Nick Earnshaw brought it up in the last hour. Luzardo was the guy the Phillies beat with the Marlins a couple years ago in the playoffs. What does Luzardo look like? We've never seen him in the postseason in a Phillies uniform. How does that impact things?
Well, Luzardo's pitching so well right now that let's see where he is for the Cy Young Award. I haven't looked at his numbers recently, but, you take a look at
I would got to assume he's got to be one of the 4 best odds right now. Realistically, Skeens, his value has had to go down a little bit just because of the fact that he's on such a bad team.
Let's see. I don't see Cy Young Award on this app anyway. They have MVP, which maybe let's see. No, let's see. They only have, for some reason, AL MVP. Why is that?
That's a very strange one to be specific.
Yeah, they just have.
Why not NL MVP?
Just AL MVP. Right now, Aaron Judge is minus 3,000. Bobby Witt plus 1,300. I cannot find I cannot find National League Cy Young Award winner. You got a different app that you got open over there?
I'm pulling up an app right now. Yes.
I would have to imagine that Luzardo, you said top 4?
I think he has to be top 4 in the NL.
Right now, yeah, I'd have to think. We're not even allowed to. That's one of the problems. We're not allowed to pull up the betting stuff on our computers, so it's hard to. I got to use my phone because we're not allowed to use the sites on our computer. We get blocked, which is kind of funny. But of course, I haven't opened up this particular app in so long that it's making me update it.
Oh no.
Yeah. It took a second there, but I'm surprised. The one app that I do have open doesn't have the Cy Young Award numbers.
See, I just went to one site, and they don't have any awards listed.
It's so weird. Some days they do, and some days they don't. It's almost like, let's see here, player futures. What would it be listed under? Player futures?
Probably player futures or just futures in general.
Home run leaders, AL MVP, NL MVP. Ohtani right now is the leader, followed by Tatis, Pete Crow, Armstrong, Corbin Carroll, Kyle Tucker, Freddie Freeman, Pete Alonso. You're not getting to Kyle Schwarber, who, by the way, has passed Bryce Harper. He is plus 5,000. Harper is plus 6,000.
That's amazing value considering that.
Here we go.
Schwarber is having a great season.
All right, National League Cy Young. Skeens is the favorite. Yamamoto second. Wheeler is third.
Okay, Wheeler makes sense. I would probably put Wheeler ahead of Yamamoto, but go ahead.
325 to 375. Hunter Green, Logan Webb, Jesus Luzardo.
So Green just came off the injured list. So I'm assuming that they didn't ding him with the injury time off. I would not have Logan Webb ahead of Luzardo at all.
And Luzardo, by the way, for those of you who want to play along, plus 1,800. If you want to throw a couple shackles on Luzardo right now on May 28th, plus 1,800 might be some of the. Now, if you think he can win the Cy Young, plus 1,800 would probably be the best number you're going to get. Now,
all year, yeah.
Obviously, if he has a couple bad starts, that number is going to go up, but then he's not going to win the Cy Young. Right. If you really think he could win a Cy Young award, you jump on plus 1,800 today.
Well, for example, last year, remember Wheeler had that one bad start in July. And it seemed to be the only reason why he didn't have a chance to win the award last year. So Luzardo, not to be mean, but he's literally one bad start away from not being in the conversation anymore, which is insane because Paul Skeens is on a team that can't win a game, it seems like. Yamamoto is on a team with a bunch of megastars So he's actually overshadowed probably to an extent.
Here's an interesting question from Phil in Brigantine. It says, quick question, is there a possibility the Phillies would ever consider moving Nola, considering they just signed into a long-term deal and his bad start may be due to injury? He would likely not start a playoff game at this point, right? Phil, I got to wonder if Nola, with that contract, if anybody else would want to trade for him.
That's a big contract. I mean, if you've talked about, Mike, the teams wouldn't be willing to take on Taijuan Walker's contract, Noel's an extra $100 million on top of Taijuan Walker.
Now, do teams – Nola's 31, so he's not an old guy.
Right.
He is signed – I thought it was a 7-year, $122 million.
I thought it was 176, actually. Let me pull it up.
It was signed a
7-year, 172.
All right, so he is due this year, 24.
He is in the second year of that deal.
Right, so he has $24.5 million a year, which, 4 years from now is probably going to be pretty good value.
True.
But he will also be 36 years old, 35 years old. Is there a team out there that says, you know what, this guy's so durable and so steady that we would take him? And that's a manageable price. So would like the Orioles say, we're lacking pitching. This guy makes $24 million, which is on the lower end of top-end pitchers.
See, I don't think the Orioles would do it because they wouldn't even try to re-sign Corbin Burns.
Yeah, but Corbin Burns makes how much?
Well, you pull it up, but I mean, if you're not even trying to re-sign a guy like Corbin Burns, it just makes me wonder.
Well, because my point is, Corbin Burns might have said $24 million. Now, I don't know what he ended up. I'll find it in a second here, but try to see like what he
Corbin
gets.
Burns has got a 6-year, $210 million.
Yeah, see, that's a heck of a lot more money. He's getting paid $36 million a year. That's $12 million less. Well, he'll be getting $36 million. He's making $31 now. That's my point. Burns might have said, hey, I want $30 million a year, whereas Nola's only getting $24 million a year. Would the Orioles say $24 million a year we can manage? We just could not go up to 31, 30. I mean, in the last 4 years of his deal, Corbin Burns is going to get $36.6 million a year from 2027 to 2030. So my point is, I can get Nola. He's not as good as Burns, but he's a heck of a lot cheaper. $24 million is a manageable price for a mid-market team.
I hear what you're saying, but my retort to that would be, do you really feel like $8 million is enough of a difference for an organization that's been historically cheap?
I mean, they don't have any evidence of signing anybody, free agents, long-term, nothing.
Ever. Like, not at least not in the last 20 years.
So
who was the last guy they signed? Like,
I'd have to see what their roster looks like now in terms of money. Like, who are they? I know they got so many young players on that team. Are they just absolutely paying nobody? Like, who's the highest paid player on that Orioles team? We have to really, at some point, you have to make a decision. What are we?
Zach Eflin's making $18 million.
Okay, Zach Eflin's making $18 million.
Charlie Morton's at $15.
Okay.
Seguno is $13.
All right, so those guys are all making, 13, 15, whatever, 18 million. That's real money. I mean, the question would be, would a team like Baltimore, now right now they're not even in the race.
No, they are.
But would
really
they say, look, $24 million for the next 6 years is a manageable price for us because that number's not going to go up. $24 million 4 years from now, we'll be getting a bargain.
And then the question would be, well, what would the Orioles be willing to give you?
Well, right. I mean, at that point now you're saying, okay, is Felix Bautista, he would be a guy that the Phillies would obviously be interested in. He's a right-handed relief pitcher. So you start with something like that. Hey, you need starting pitching. We're going to give you a guy who's locked into a manageable contract for the next 6 years. Do you want to go down that road? Is there anybody else that you have that you don't think you'll be able to pay coming up? we would be interested in Ryan O'Hearn, like something like that. That's the only way I could see something like that happening.
It's just a very, very strange conundrum to be in because in today's baseball, not every team wants to spend money. So you got to find one of two scenarios when it comes to any of these guys. One, a team willing to take on money, or two, a team that also has a contract they want to get rid of, and that you basically are swapping my contract for your contract.
Yeah, I mean, that just to go to that question from Phil, who was asking the question. I mean, I don't know, man. Nola's contract, it's kind of long. He's 31. Now's not the time because he's 1-6 with an ERA in near 7. It's a tough time to think about it. But does he have enough goodwill built up around the league that teams would say, you know what, we'll take Nola, and because $24 million for a and I say top end starting pitcher. I don't know that Nola's looked at as a top end starting pitcher.
No, but I pulled it up for example. So Nathan Eovaldi right now, who is actually better than a lot of teams' number one pitchers right now. He's making $22 million. Is his payroll salary for the Rangers. So if you're a team that looks at Nola and says, I know I can get Nathan Eovaldi value out of this guy, then yeah, Nola's definitely worth it for somebody.
Right now, these are the top pitchers. Wheeler's the highest paid pitcher in baseball at $42 million a year.
Right.
DeGrom is second at 40. Garrett Cole, 36. Corbin Burns, 30. Tyler Glasnow, 30. Ohtani doesn't really count, 28.
Right.
Carlos Rodon, 27. Blake Snell, 26.8. Sonny Gray, 25. Jack Flaherty, 25. Robbie Ray, 25. Aaron Nola is the 12th highest paid pitcher in the game at $24.5 million.
And you can make the argument that when Nola is on, like when Nola is pitching at the level he's capable of, he's better than at least 4 of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, and then the key to that is, do you look at the length of his contract as a positive or a negative? In other words, hey, he's locked in at $24 million for the next 5-6 years, and we don't have to worry about that number changing on us.
It's not
$24 million, I think, 5 years from now, he's going to fall into like the mid-range of pitchers. It's an interesting question, Phil. Appreciate it as always. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Getting ready to get out of here on this Wednesday night. No Phils tonight. A little sad about that. But I do have a Bet365 play of the day for you coming up next. At 5:54, time now for the Bet365 play of the day. I know Phillies won last night. That was a winner for you. What else did we get?
Well, you didn't get the Knicks right. The Knicks did not cover last night, but you got one right. Phillies aren't playing tonight, though. So you are coming in now 173, 113, and 1.
173, 113, and 1. Pretty good record there for the people out there. I got two for you tonight. Same game. OKC, over. Minus 8.5, 220.5. OKC, over. Series over. Game over. Lock it in. Minus 8.5, 220.5. OKC, and the over tonight. That's my Bet365 play of the day.
So you're anticipating OKC versus Indiana in the finals.
I am. I think the Knicks will probably win tomorrow.
Okay. So they'll extend the series at least because they're back at home, right?
I think so. And Thunder are home tonight too, by the way. So I think they'll get the job done. That Thunder team is just so deep, man. I mean, they got the MVP of the league, but they don't have like these big names. They just have they all just fit and play and long and lengthy. They hit shots and they're active. I mean, hey, listen, the league is changing right before our very eyes. The league is changing right now. You know, this whole building super teams with 3 stars, that's kind of out the window. Now you got to find that one guy and pieces that fit around him and long, athletic players who can shoot and defend. See, the Pacers, they're just active, man. They're active in every pass. They're everywhere. All right, we'll do more tomorrow. We've got a double dip tomorrow on a Thursday show. Got game night coming up next, plus the Western Conference Finals right here tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great night, everybody.